1 минута до начала тура.
1 minute to the start of the tournament.
Начало третьего тура. Всем удачи!
The starting of the third round. Good luck for everybody.
Hello, my dear audience. Right now it's 3 p.m. in Yugraz time, so time to start our third round of 22nd Karpov International Chess Tournament. In this minute, you can see the first move in every board, and I will tell you how the things works in this tournament right now. So, we've got 5 pairs of 10 participants, of course. So they are top-level grandmasters. So every participant has a rating upper than 2600s, and it's so much. To be honest, it's the strongest tournament in the Russia in 2025, because the average rating of participants is 2648. So right now let's have a look at the third round of the tournament. What I wanted to say you before, it was something important. Of course, right now it's a third round as for results of previous rounds. So, first place is taken by the Tabatabai Amin, who won yesterday against pauses. He won against Wahidov Shamsuddin. So that means that Wahidov Shamsuddin has half of a point. So Tabatabai Amin has 1.5 points, and other players has 1 point of 2, because 4 pairs yesterday made a draw and only one game was resultative. This is interesting. So right now, as you can see, Amin Tabatabai has a first place. The places from second to the ninth is other players, and the last place right now belongs to the Wahidov Shamsuddin, because his yesterday game was not very lucky for him. So the first moves in the board, as you can see, let's check. The first board is a game between Nesterov Arseny and Sathwani Raunak. What's happening here? To be honest, if we can look at the starting and the ranking list, list before the tournament. So Raunak has the highest rating in this tournament, in this particular case, and Nesterov Arseny has the lowest rating right here. So this game might be difficult for him, but we'll look at that. So it is Boga Indian defense. Let's look from the beginning to understand everything. So d4. It was the wrong button in my keyboard. d4. So strange. I'm confused, because in previous times these buttons, arrows left and right in my keyboard, helps me to go one step ahead and one step, back. But right now these buttons are working like beginning and the end of the continuing game. What's happening? I want to refresh my page. Yeah, maybe something will change. No. Lichess is broken. Or something else is broken. I haven't the possibility to use my keyboard right now because of this bug. So, as you can see, I cannot make one move ahead. Okay, I will use my mouse for this, tasks. d4, knight f6. It looks like a Catalan opening, but the opponent made a check and returned to the e7. As we said in yesterday's stream, it's called a pendulum, because you go to the one side and after that you return. It's really a bug of Lichess. So, do you look these red arrows? I think it looks scary. Yep, green, red. What's happening? Really? Very strange. And, uncomfortable updates of Lichess or something like that. Okay, whatever. In this game, in this opening, in the Catalan opening, this pendulum with bishop b4 and bishop e7 is a typical thing, because the okay, really, I will continue my thought. I should be adaptive in these difficulties in real life. It's my work. So, Dasha, please keep silent. Not keep silent, keep calm and all this stuff. So, the great scheme for the white in this variation after the knight f3, it's knight c3, b3, bishop b2, or something like that. So, this idea with check from b4 helps black to prevent this scheme. Because usually right now, knight c6, it's not a very good option for the white. Stop. I cannot move my pieces in the board. Only arrows. What's happening? Okay, one more refresh of page. I just want to take this knight and goes to c3, for example. I cannot do it. So terrifying, to be honest. Why everything is broken? It's unfair for me. Because really it's a commentator's job, Put the piece, take it in the other place and say something like, it's better move. But right now, only with arrows, I cannot do it. So all my variations will be, said out loud from the mouse, and I will be, help you count it in your mind with arrows. But it's all my possibilities right now. Yep. Life is life. Sometimes life can be sad for us. But we are strong, we are warriors, we will be brave, and I will sometimes, reopen the page. Maybe it's just a bug of Lichess, and after some time the moderators of this platform will fix it. I hope so. Really? Yep. Okay. As for this, the keyboard is broken, the arrows are broken, and the moves in Lichess are broken. Perfect. The life that we deserve, Two short castlings in the game theory. I will try to do it, with my tools that I have right now. So, adapt. It's a main verb for the commentator. So, c6 is a triangle from Slav defense, as you remember, very reliable and solid structure for the black, because their pawn center is protected by the two pawns. So queen c2, you know, protecting c4 square, knight bd7 and bishop f4. Right now it's the first line of popularity. Statistics says me that bishop f4 prefers by 40, 50, I need a glasses to be honest to this work, 55%, yep. So 55% of masters who plays white in this position plays bishop f4, and a lot of draws in this variation, to be honest. 15% of game finished with a winning by white, 12% winning by black, and the other 73% it's a draw. So very solid structure, as I said before. So this bishop staying here uncomfortable for him. For the bishop, I mean, that's the reason why he did the second move on f4. You know, it's my habit. Just put this arrow, and after that it will be a step ahead. But right now, I need to build a new habits for myself. Not so easy, not so easy. a5. The idea is space in the queen side, I think. You know, avoiding something like a3 and b4 in the queen side. What else? Aha, my hand just goes to the button and I said, no, put here, not move, because this button transform our position to the endless end position. Whatever. So that's a problem. Okay, hand in the mouse, another hand put on the table, nothing else, because every my putting in the button will give us something unpredictable. Maybe it will be explode. Who knows? Who knows? So let's be careful right now. Knight d1, knight d1. Right here, knight d1. It's a first move of popularity, and b6. Black response. So it's not so popular as previous move. Maybe that's the reason why white started to think. 3 minutes in this moment, they're thinking. So interesting. Maybe b6 is not so popular because of opportunities on the c file, you know. Before that move, that pawn from b7 protected the c6, and white hasn't the idea of knight e5 to attack it. Yeah, I just, you know, imagine how I will work if the arrows will disappear too. So it will look like a podcast, right? Just talking and laughing. So why not? It will be the first commentators podcast. I'm not sure that it's a good decision for us, but, you know, yep. Life is life. So, right now, the evaluation of the computer is plus 0.3. So, before b6, it was plus 0.1. But computer totally recommends play b6 with the idea of bishop a6 in the edge of the board. But this diagonal is so perspective for the bishop, so promising for him, because this pawn is problematic. This pawn can be problematic too in some variations. So, as you understand, idea is interesting. So, yep. As for white, knight e5 to attacking this weak pawn on the c file, knight d2. Another idea, you know, to protect this problematic pawn on c4, and just taking on d5. Taking on d5 is the third line of this variation. Just get rid of the pawn who can be attacked. I cannot make a move in the board. Why? Just one more reopen. No, I still cannot do it. Just arrows with different colors. Okay, let's check our possibilities. Maybe I can draw a, you know, yellow, not just red. green. What else? Maybe this type of... No. Usually, you know, some buttons on yellow. We have a yellow, so yellow is perfect. But I put the same buttons. It was a yellow. Oh, ooh, aha! Something is working. Aha! Oh! Something is changed. I love this. One more open, just to check that. Yep. Oh, I can move my pieces in the board. Congratulations, me. So it's a perfect news for us. Maybe it was some buttons in my own computer, I don't sure. But okay, whatever, right now everything is fixed. So we can continue to the second game right now. So Martirosyan Haik plays white and Artemy Vladislav plays black. What's happening here? Let's look from the beginning. I want to check. Yep. Whew. All my buttons are working right. It's enough for the happiness, I think. Okay, d4, knight f6, c4, e6, and all these queen's gambit declined. Oh. c5 is a risky move, because black just created without r, a square of pawns in the center. Usually, it's better for the white, because, you know, after all these trade-offs in the center, it will be a lot of opened lines. So, opened lines is comfortable for the pieces who are active. Usually, white has an advantage of the development. So that's the reason why they usually use these opened lines. c5, it's an interesting decision. You know, to try to shift to initiative. How it called? Seize the initiative. Yep. And really, it's not a very popular move. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 line in statistics, and 6% of masters prefer that. But statistics really said that it's not very good for the black, like only 14% of masters winning black in this variation. Whatever c5 was played, so takes, it's a desperado. Takes, and bishop g5, and bishop e7. You know, this idea with destroying a defender isn't working because of intermezzo with bishop c3, of course, so everything is protected for the black. e3, short castling, rook goes on d1, the evaluation is 0.2 right now. Okay, bishop d3, the position looks like very calm, but remember that black has an Isolani on the d5. That means that white prefers the endgame right now, because in the endgame it's obvious plan to attack the Isolani pawn. And black prefers the middle game with all attacks, outpost for the knight on e4, you know, open line for rooks, c line and e line. So, for example, right now, queen trade-off will be better for the white, if you was interested. Okay, queen a5, bishop b1, starting to create a battery maybe after the queen d3, and this move is so good. So, you know that there are long way pieces and short way pieces. Long way pieces is bishops, rooks, and queen, so they need long opened lines, and these pieces can play from their initial square from the first rank. It's not very, you know, important for them, because only knights, pawns and kings should stay in the center of the fighting to do something. And right here, bishop goes to d1, avoiding interfering of the rook on d file, you know, and it's a clearance of place to the queen after knight c6, for example. It can be queen d3. So, interesting idea from the black, because really I do not understand it. Queen a6. So there are 7 plays of masters in that position, and all of them prefers queen a6, and after queen d3 all of them trading here. So I have a question. Usually when you have an isolated pawn, you try to keep the queens in the board because your main idea is attack, using an outpost, using a semi-open files near the isolani. That's all. But right now black is, you know, in this particular case we have another situation somehow. So queen a6 and queen takes d3 was only idea for the black, and it's totally unclear for me. Let's try to check how it works. Why this position is okay for the black? For example, right here, if I want to do something else, like, I do not know, knight c6. So after queen d3, it's a strong battery with the idea of destroying defender on f6. g6 or something is bad because of knight d4, and this queen is better than that. Maybe. But as strategic person, I really do not know what's good in this black's position. I prefer white side. Computer says g5 is plan. After that, knight goes to a4, so like black is trying to use this outpost in the endgame too. Okay, for example, let's check it. h3 is the first line, g5. I really don't know why this pawn... in the end of the variation, this pawn is hanging, and computer says that's enough for the compensation. Got it, but usually the central pawn is more important than a pawn from the edge of the board. Interesting. We will look at that. Okay. h3 was played in the game, yep. So. From the first side, it's hard to black, you know, looking for chances to have an advantage, to creating an attack or something like that, but it's typical thing for the black side. As for the third game, let's switch to that board, and I want to look from the first move, from the beginning. So, knight f3, g3, very modern, not modern, very modest, opening, very shy, very solid. But after d4 the situation is how it called, symmetrical. Of course, the full name of the opening is King's Indian Attack Double Fianchetto, because white and black prefers Fianchetto, the both players, and c4 looks like a Catalan, but right now it's Neo-Grunfeld defense. Yep. We saw the Neo-Grunfeld defense yesterday, so it's not a new variation for us. No, yes, and knight f3 was in our streams before. The sense of this move is preventing the pawn chain by b5. So, of course, you can try to attack this pawn from the center, but the point is black can try to protect everything with this pawn chain, and it will be hard to take it back. That's the reason why the most popular idea for the white right now is knight a3. You know, attacking this pawn from the edge of the board, c5. It's a counter threat. Take c3. Wow, I like it. It's a game theory, of course, but as for me, it seems interesting. I mean, so of course, when you made a fianchetto, the fianchetto bishop became your most important piece. So all of your plans, or at least part of them, you know, trying to open the diagonal for the bishop, and all these trade-offs of pawns, all these sacrifices, all these plans on the queen side, you know, lead to the opened long diagonal. That's the reason why the c3 move looks very logical for us. But I never seen it before. But the engine and the statistics say that's the only opportunity. That's okay. Knight b5 prefers the 78% of the masters. Knight a6. Knight a6 too. The idea is, of course, queen straight off on d8, and after that, this rook on the corner get trapped. So that's the reason why you should protect the c7 square by the knight from a6. Okay, takes here, you know, avoiding a ruining pawn structure. But right now I had a question. For example, right here, if I want to take it on b2 with my idea of, you know, promote a new queen, and after bishop takes b2, I want to do it right now. So it's okay for the white, the engine says. The compensation is good, the development of the pieces is so hard, and right now we have the symmetrical idea with c6, you know, opening the long diagonal for the fianchetto bishop. So right here, black hasn't an extra pawn, and the whole situation is worse for them. So after knight a6, this pawn made a trade-off. So the equal number of pawn, like in previous variation, nothing special. Bishop e3, takes, and bishop d4 with a total equality, like the evaluation is 0-0 in the all three lines. Because we're trading the most important piece of our opponent, but the number of pieces is getting smaller and smaller. So right now we are going to the equivalent game with symmetrical pawn structures and few number of pieces. Maybe it will be a draw, who knows. So, you know, as I said before, every participant has a very great rating in chess, so higher than 2600s, every of them, and it looks like good, you know, to make a draw with strong, respectful opponent. As for the first board, Vahidov Shamsidin plays white and Sargsyan Shant plays black. They have no trade-offs so far. Yep, all pieces and pawns stay in the board, and I want to check from the beginning. It was a Spanish in English language called Ruy Lopez, you know, in Russian and Spanish, but in English it's Ruy Lopez. Okay, good to know. So, knight f6 and short castling typical sacrifice is a theory protecting the pawn. Theory, d6. So there are 3000 games in master levels. In my chess base, a4 with fighting of, you know, pawn chain in the queen side. As for bishop a2, it's something new, because usually in the Ruy Lopez we create a c2 square for the bishop, you know, return somehow in this place, and bishop in the c2 has a great work for himself. He protecting the central pawn e4. It can be very useful for us, especially after d4 idea with control of the center. And this pawn became a weakness for the white. That's the reason why this bishop on c2 can be very useful for the position. So, for example, if you open a chess base right now, the statistics says you that 58% of masters plays bishop c2 right here. And we have a very simple explanation of them. So usually in the whole Ruy Lopez, it's a better place for the light bishop, you know, c2. To protecting the central pawns. The central pawns is very important for us, so nothing very new. Okay, after the bishop a2, Shant Sargsyan really decided not to spend a lot of time and plays h6. The evaluation is 0.0, h3, it's a prophylaxis of some minor pieces right here, of course, bishop e3, and bishop f8. If you're trying to learn chess from these streams, you can, look at the maneuver with bishop on the back rank. You have seen it in the previous, maybe where it was, right here. Bishop returns to the b1, and I said you that it's a typical thing for the bishops. Where it was? Early. Right here, bishop returns to the b1, so long way pieces, and right now in the situation, black do the same thing. So your bishop can works very well from the back rank, and it's one of your good maneuvers, return this to, open lines for the rooks and queens and every who need this line or square. Okay. Knight e7, as I know, it's a typical thing too. The first idea is open a c-file for the pawn, push it into c5, controlling the center. The second idea is f4 square, because in the Ruy Lopez there are some unequal square, f5 for the white and f4 for the black. So your knights usually wants to stay here, near the king of opponent, near the short castling. So these maneuvers is so typical for everyone in Ruy Lopez. Knight h4 was played by the same reason. So f5 is good for the white, and of course f4 is idea. So computer recommends to Computer recommends to black right now play g5, kick this knight from the edge of the board and continue their plans. I have a question. Have the white, another option after the g5? Computer says queen f3 is interesting. Maybe, or maybe that's the only logical continuation of the opening idea. Knight on dh4 really don't like to return, because this variation with knight h3 looks like a capitulation. Knight returned, and this idea is clear for the black, and the black's position is getting better and better and better with every move and every maneuver. So my prediction that it will be queen f3 after the g5, something like bishop g7 and knight f5, I think. Why not? The evaluation is minus 0.3, to be honest, but as human being, I think that's not so easy. Our knight is perfect, so opponent should take it by the knight, for example, take it, and our queen is near the king. Maybe the idea with h4 will be possible for us. Who knows? This bishop is perfect, especially with this pawn who avoiding interfering in a6. So why not? d5. Computer recommends plays d5. Our queen is overloaded right now because she protected the f5 and she trying to attack the d5, but this pawn cannot be extra, especially after bishop takes f5. So d3 is a backward pawn on the d file. That's the reason why the black's position is better. Yep, g5 was played in the game. Very interesting. So my prediction is queen f3. What do you think? What will be happened in this position? Will be returning? Today is not my day. Totally. Firstly, all my buttons in the keyboard are broken. After that, all my arrows was the different color. Right now, the players prefers not my variations. Maybe that's not today to play a lottery. Okay, so after knight h3, I have the next question. What for this maneuver was, we goes to h4, spend the time, return this to f3. It was a losing of 2 tempos with this maneuver. So what was the point? What's good for the white right now? For example, after knight g6 with the idea of knight f4. Very common thing in Ruy Lopez, as I said before. g3 is prohibited because of hanging pawn. What else? Of course, this bishop is okay, but for what? I do not know. I don't like the white's position. Maybe it's subjective evaluation, but we will look how game unfolds, of course, but sometimes it seems strange for them, make a provocating for this g5 pawn, and after that knight has a extra tempo to goes to g6 and f4. I'm not sure that I can understand it right now, because my knowledge of Ruy Lopez tells that idea is better for the black. But it will be very interesting if in this game white, wins quickly, and we will look at that like how it works. So it will be something new for the chess players who wants to learn chess. Okay, and right now I suggest you to check the 5th board, the last one. What's happening here? Vallejo Pons Francisco plays with Tabatabai Amin. Tabatabai Amin right now is leader of the tournament, because yesterday he won his game, and right now he has 1.5. So it's more than everybody else. And let's look from the beginning. Vallejo Pons Francisco plays a4, and his opponent responds with c5. Really, the 5th board, it's a place for Sicilian. Usually all Sicilians in the tournament unfolds in 5th board. Fun fact, not more. So knight e2. Oh. In my, in the ancient times, when I was a beginner chess streamer, I made a big video because of that opening with knight e2, with all the scheme, like knight c3, g3, bishop g2, d3, all this stuff, and I published it on the YouTube, and a lot of, men's from auditory responds me like, Dasha, it's so, modest, it's not working, this scheme is not so ambitious, so why do you start from the knight e2, the knight c3, is better. So a lot of comments that wasn't so, nice. But right now, as you can see, the top grandmaster Vallejo Pons Francisco prefers this option. So you understand what I mean. Knight e2, knight f6, knight c3, g3, bishop g2, d4. Usually, it was my bad. The buttons are working correctly. So usually it plays something like short castling 51% and d3 24%. But as for d4, we transform our shy solid structure to the promising and risky sometimes, because we opening a long diagonal for the black bishop from the g7. Okay, got it. C takes d4, takes on d4, short castling. It looks like a dragon variation, to be honest. But the statistics says that the full name of this opening is Sicilian Defense Keres variation. Do you remember the Paul Keres? So this opening has his names. h3, it's a prophylaxis of something like bishop g4, knight c6, and bishop e3. So, for example, if we made this move in previous time, like this, it would be a knight g4. With the problems, and the evolution right here is minus pawn dot 2. so much. So h3 is good decision, bishop e3 is good decision. The trade-off on c6 make a sense, you know, to clear the d4 square for the bishop. For example, after the queen c6 it will be queen d4, I think, with something like a pin, and these bishops will be get rid of the board somehow. And as you remember, the fianchetto bishop is the most important piece in the world, I wanted to say, in the particular game. Okay. As for b takes c6 move, it's interesting for us. Maybe. Computer recommends just make a short castling and queen d2 and something like that. Rook goes to b1, protecting this pawn in the next variations. What else? G4, f4, f5. Sometimes it's attacking on the king side. Okay, good. It looks like very logical thing. Why not? I don't want, to be honest. I wanted to ask if we do something like queen d2, what we will do after the queen c8. Right now our short castling is prohibited, of course, because of hanging pawn, but we have another opportunity, for example, bishop h6 or something like that, or rook d1, or going from this place, maybe with g4. So white controls the center, that means that their position is totally okay for them. Okay, after the knight c6, black is thinking, because they should make a choice, taking by the pawn or taking by the bishop. There are two equal options. Why not? Why not? Let's go to the second circle by the boards. The first one, Nestor Farseni plays white with Satvani Raunak. What? G5? Doubled pawns in the center, hanging rook with a pin in the d file, bishop returning to the c1. What's the magic? So, our last clear position was something near these moves, when after rook d1 it was a5, b6, and we discussed that this pawn became a weakness, so white has an opportunity to, using it. Knight e5 was played in the game, takes, knight goes to d7, takes, e4, trying to avoid of doubled pawns in the e file, d4, sacrifice the pawn. Computer said that's the only move for the black, to keep in the equality. As for human, it sounds like magical, magician, whatever. Wonderful, I wanted to say. So, of course, it's particular calculations or strong knowledge of the opening. But as for me, this move really looks unequal, totally. Because they're just putting their pawn, in unprotected square to sacrifice it. And g5, wow. The evaluation is 0.0, so black does and did everything right. So that's not, I'm not trying to criticize someone, no, of course not. I'm trying to make it clear for myself and for you as my company right here. So after the g5, this bishop should go away and the e5 pawn will be dead after some moves and some maneuvers. I'm not sure that's so easy, to be honest. Okay, what's, pros as cons? Let's try to check it. For example, if in this situation, okay, the trade-off on e4 is not possible because of the fork by the bishop on h7 and on the a8. Got it. What else? Why this position is not so better for the white? Of course, as you remember, our tournament has a long time control and every participant has 100 minutes by default in the start of the game. So as you see right now, the time increment after every move helps black, add a more time. 1 hour and 44 minutes in their clock. You can see it in the right up corner of your laptop. So that was a full homework preparation of this variation, because black exactly know what they do. Yep. E4, D4, sacrifice, G5. So why C1? Why nothing else? For example, just asking, if I want to play bishop E3 to creating a battery on the D file and G5. Maybe the problem is bishop C5. Yep. After the bishop C5, we should sacrifice our rook on the D4, as computer says. Like the top engine move right here is knight C3 or knight A3, something like that. Of course, if you want to stay here, it will be bishop A6 with the problems. And after rook D1, you will have, tripled pawns in the E file. So aesthetic, but I don't want to play it in the real game. So, bishop decided to return to the C1, to avoiding all this tactical stuff on the diagonal. So right now, for example, bishop c5 is not so hard for the black, because after rook d1 everything is good and this pawn is hanging, especially after bishop, after queen I wanted to say, d2. Okay, in the real game, black responds queen a8. Yep, very logical thing. One more time. So they going away from the pin on d file. They maybe want to take this pawn in the end, because this pawn is so annoying for the black's camp. Why? Let's start from the evaluation. The evaluation is 0.0, but just one more question. No. I answered all my questions. So the question was like, maybe we want to create a pawn chain in the center. No, we don't want to do it because of the pin in this diagonal, and our rook is died. So that's not possible, and that means that this pawn will be lost right now, right here, right in the next move. Got it. But white has an extra pawn, so after this move, for example, knight d2, knight takes c5, knight c4, it will be the equality. Material equality and positional equality, every equality. Got it. Let's go to the next board. So, something interesting. Today, all games are, in a fighting mood. So, in a fighting mode. Everybody's trying to looking for chances in their games. Maybe it's a third round, so the participants are ready for the resultative game. With potential of they are ambitious right now. Because the acclimatization has passed, the energy is enough, and that's a better time to win some games. First part of the tournament is preparation. The end game of the tournament, it's a time to keep your place okay, because you haven't energy yet. Already, but from the third round to the sixth round, maybe something like that, it's a perfect time to try to find something. Okay, right here it's an end game. It was a symmetrical structure. I want to remind that it's a game between Martirosyan Haik and Artemiev Vladislav. And our last analysis was after the queen trade-off 73. And I said that usually the Isolani is better in the middle game because this pawn helps the minor pieces, for example, knight on e4, and some major pieces in the adjacent files. So right here everything is look like strange. Okay, g5, knight e4. We discussed that variation and I said that the point is the a2 pawn is hanging after all these trade-offs in the center. Takes, bishop d6. Right now the position is getting more interesting because the pawn structure is not symmetrical. Black potentially has a passed pawn in the queen side on the a file, and white potentially has a passed pawn on the e file, of course. So after some trade-offs, the pawns can go ahead and it can be interesting for us or cannot. We don't know. So takes, bishop d5, one more trade-off. That means that right now nobody has an Isolani, the pawn structure is healthy for the both players, and black is thinking. The engine says that the only move for them, not the only move. So no, it was the wrong sentence. The top engine move with evaluation of 0.0 is rook d8 with trade-off. a5, for example, gives white 0.1 evaluation. So what's the big difference between the variations? It's a sarcasm, as you understand. Okay, let's switch to the third board. What's happening here? Malakhov Vladimir plays with Sugirev Sanan, and they spending time to count variations. Maybe that's the, the more drawest position between our 5 boards. So it was a Neo Grunfeld defense, who seems like Catalan opening. Okay, takes knight a3, takes c3 with a sacrifice. We discussed it before. So in this situation, white decided to play bishop e3 with attacking the knight. Looks like logical because we win the tempo, and after that our bishop goes to d4. So we discussed this trade-off, and this position was in the game. Our rook goes to c5, to prepare a doubling in the c file. The next move of white will be rook c1, but it's not very dangerous for the black. For example, bishop goes somewhere, rook goes to c1, and rook c8, for example, black has enough pieces to protect this square enough. So everything is okay for them, for everybody. Interesting. When you wear your headphones and when you try to wear it off, you have a different type of sound. So sometimes you get used to hear this voice, and after the phones it's like, oh, who is saying something? Whatever. Let's check the fourth board. What's happening here? Vahidov Shamsidin plays white and Sargsyan Shant plays black. It was Ray Lopez, as I remember. And after the returning of the knight on f3, I said that it's really unclear for me. What was the reason why we lost at 2 tempos by this maneuver? Knight h4 and knight f3. The computer says everything is okay and this maneuver had a sense, but I don't know. So knight g6 is logical, rook goes to e1, c5 controls the center. And pawn break before. Not before, just b4. This move, the last one. So it's interesting. It's a counter threat for the white, right? Without the before move, with something else, for example, computer says knight h2 or something like that. After the knight f4, I really don't like the position of white. This pawn is weakness. This knight is endless. You cannot take it before because g file is not for you. So what else? The central pawn is better is for the black. This open file like a pin or something like that. A lot of problems. But before it's a move, you know, to turn the tables. And right now white is trying to create a problems. Maybe it will be... Computer says no. So I'm not sure. Let's check it together. Usually this before move create a weakness, but right now bishop from f8 controls it totally. As for b file, for the attacking this pawn, bishop is defender, is good defender, and it's enough to avoiding some problems right here. I don't know. After this trade-off, it's better for the white or for the black? For the white, they opened a b line, b file for the major pieces, and this pawn is not so good, but of course we have the same pawn, we have the same backward thing on the d file, and after this trade-off this file was opened, and black's rook, for example, has a better way to working than in previous time. So the evaluation right here is -0.2, and I'm not sure that I want really to play it by white. Maybe, of course, I do not some ideas in the Ruy Lopez, but in the first side is working like black has everything that he wants to have. This square, this gaining space in the center, this line for the rook, this working bishop who protected their own pawn. So looks like everything is totally okay for the black's position. And of course white wants to open lines in the center, because g5 pawn goes away from the king. Usually pawns are the defenders of the king, but right now after g5 that's not working as usual. But as for d4, I wanna check. d4. No, it's a blunder, because pawn on a4 is hanging, and after this trade-off the rook will open, and everything will be lost in the center. So it's not working, no. White cannot open a line in the center, white cannot ruin the center. So these pawns controls everything. Okay, let's look at the fifth board with Sicilian. I remember fifth board means Sicilian, and our last analysis was after the knight takes c6. Black decided to take by the pawn near the center, so I think it's very human decision, because every, you know, trainer who teach the beginner chess player tells him that if you have this opportunity, you should take the pawn to the center, because pawns in the center is very important. It's a structure, it's a, you know, solidness of your position. So if you have this opportunity, why not? After bishop c6, as I said before, would be bishop d4, and this square is very good for the bishop. He wants to try to trade, and e5, of course, it's a blunder because of backward pawn on d6. So b takes c6, it's sound, logical, short castling, and rook b8. Yep, and the situation we have in the board right now. Evaluation is equal 0.0 as usual. As for the recommended moves for the white, it's typical things to protect this pawn, like rook d1, queen c1, what else? b3 I don't like. It's the third line of computer, and the evaluation is not so big, maybe because of idea of bishop d4, but you would expect that this long diagonal can be problematic for the white. After some kind of discovered attacks or something like that, so you should count everything, calculate, I mean. So I do not recommend to create some, you know, areas of weaknesses in your own camp, because computer is computer and human beings are human beings. They should play more solid and, you know, keep pieces protected. As for the whole situation, this b file is interesting for the rook, because you know we have a Benka gambit and lot of openings that your bishop from g7 is the most important piece. And right now looks like the bishop is totally okay for the black. In their plans, I think, will be the c5 move, you know, avoiding the bishop d4 as a log diagonal. And after that, maybe a5, a4, maybe queen goes to a5, and all these pieces are trying to create some problem. Oh, b3. b3, my prediction isn't working again, so today really. Today my predictions aren't working, so you can hear me and think the opposite way. It can be the truth. Whatever, b3 means b3, so this idea might be possible in the next time. I think c5 is interesting for the black, because this bishop, after this move, cannot fighting with the fianchetto on g7. It means a lot. And after bishop d2, I want to go away, because this idea is unpleasant for the black, because it's a pin and bishop cannot go away from the trade-off. So that's the reason why rook e8 looks like very natural move. So to have an opportunity, you know, after the bishop h6, just going on h8 and continuing to making problems in the long diagonal. So, of course, computer says everything is equal, you can trading or, you know, don't trading, whatever. Because maybe everything is closed and every piece is working somehow, but as for me, I want to keep fianchetto bishop every time. Maybe it because of my childhood when I played an English opening every time. And in English opening, as you know, bishop g2 is very important. Very, very important. So, the first hour of the third round have passed, and right now I suggest you to make a short break. You can prepare a new mug of coffee for you, and after that we will continue. But right now it's time to relax. Hello again. If you have just joined us, I want to remind you that we are in the third round of 22nd Karpov International Chess Tournament. The first hour of tournament have passed, and right now it starts the second. So we have stopped in this game after the rook b8 was playing Tabatabai, attacking the pawn on b2, and Vallejo pawn Francisco responding by b3. We discussed it, so I said you that this long diagonal cannot be problematic because after some kind of discovered attack, white has an interfering by bishop d4. We talked that the one of idea of black is c5, avoiding this interfere, but in the real game, Tabatabai choose the queen c8 with the threat of bishop h3, of course. White has a different options to continue the game. Oh, what's So typical response for this. For protecting this pawn is, king h2. But the point is, in this particular case, it will be knight with a check. So discovered attack, after h take g4, it will be bishop takes c3. And these doubled pawns is not so very good for the white. Yep, that's the reason why white should looking for other ideas. For example, computer recommends take the pawn on a7, just sacrifice it. h4 looks like the most natural move right here that I can suggest to you. And in previous time, computer recommended e5. Maybe right now he changed his mind because of knight e8. And this diagonal is continue to be problematic for the white. E takes d6. Let's continue this variation. So the idea of Desperado is dangerous for the black, so they cannot take this knight. After knight d6, something like bishop d4. This pawn is died, but that's not a so big problem because takes. Queen d4 check, king go away, and queen takes on a7. This hanging pawn usually lost in the end of every variation that we seen before, very weak pawn in the position. And as human can says, like a7 pawn, it doesn't mean a lot, but as for computer, it's a healthy pawn that we can take, so why not? In the game was played bishop a7. Bishop a7 was played in the game. So right sequence of words means a lot in English language. Let's be trying to, keep grammar. So bishop takes here. And right now white has an extra pawn, but it's really temporary thing, because in the next move after the rook a8, for example, it will be bishop takes h3. Interesting, in the first side the position of black is better, because their rook has and bishop has alliance. They starting to build an attack opportunities near the white's king. For example, it's of course a bad move, very bad move, but in this situation it's like a checkmate on h2 without chances to stop it. So maybe it's not so solid as white want to see. It will be very interesting if right here Tabatabai will play it the second time, because he is now the leader of the tournament because of yesterday's game, and right today he has a good position. Maybe at least half of a pawn, it's enough after the first hour of playing, So we will look at that, but rook a8 or rook b7 seems very logical. Rook a8 more logical because this pawn is weaker. So why not? After that, this hanging pawn on h3 can be problematic for the white, I'm sure. Let's go to the next board. The first one, so right here, Sarhwani Raunak plays with Nesterov Arseny. What's happening? Aha. Let's try to figure it out. So I remember this game after g5. You know, queen e8 was the last moment when we discussed. So black goes away from the pin on d-file and make this knight free to take the central pawn. After the rook d1, it was capture here. The strange position, to be honest, because usually when we push our pawns from the king, it looks like we have a close center, because somebody should protect your king when you have an open center in the position. But right here, really strange. So, all these lines, this diagonal, this d-file, this c-file, this diagonal, everything is opened. But this g5 pawn is not so bad for the black. Maybe because of their active pieces who try to compensate this, you know, detail of position. Maybe for some other reasons. But the computer says that the evaluation is 0.0. So everything is totally okay for the black. But it's really unclear for me. Okay, just wanted to ask, for example, right now, if I want to ruin everything and do something like f4, bishop c5, the only move, and knight g4. I lost my game. Congratulations. So, let's return. f4 isn't working. It's a great, big, huge blunder. Was a strange suggestion, I think. What else? Bishop e3, that was played in the game. It's the top engine move right here, to be honest. 0.0 after bishop e3. Attacking the hanging pawn. And bishop a6 is the only move for the black that they made. Yep. So right now, what will be happened if we just take this pawn? Queen c8 with a queen trade. What's happening? Where is the compensation? I do not know. So, okay, I can understand. This rook is active, and after my knight c3, it will be a skewer on this. No? No, it's a fork, sorry. What will be after knight c3? Looks like my position is better. This pawn is hanging. Aha, knight c4 with this fork. I want to go to the d4. And knight takes on b2. So right now the number of material is equal. One more time. The pair of bishops like similar of white and of black. So discovered attack. Takes. 0.0 in any case. Right now the pawn structure is, you know, symmetrical. One more time. That means that nobody has an advantage. Interesting. So. From the first side, it looks like, you know, white has an advantage, but computer really proves that no. Dasha, you're mistaking right here. The position is totally equal in any case, because black's knight goes to c4 with a fork, and these ideas with b-file before b2 pawn is very weak. Got it. So the compensation exists. Let's go to the second board. What's happening right here? Matirosyan Haik plays with Artemiev Vladislav. In the end game, if you're watching our stream from the beginning, you might remember that previously it was a position with Isolani on d5. It was an isolated pawn right here, and in the end game, this pawn and this pawn, they are exchanging somehow. That's the reason why right now black has potentially passed pawn on the a file and white has potentially passed pawn on the e file. So the evaluation is 0.0. Maybe I pronounce this phrase like 0.0 so quickly. 0.0, 0.0, it means, you know, full draw position. Maybe it's good. You know, philosophy thought, maybe it's good, maybe it's bad, maybe nothing in this life makes sense, who knows? So let's stop the philosophy, let's switch to the chess mode, yep. As for this position, what can I say? Last move, king d4, king d2, sorry, it's of course opening a back rank to, you know, throughout the, I wanted to say blue rook from the corner, perfect white rook from the corner, thank you for that small detail. White rook from the corner wants to go on this file or this file, the position is very reliable for everything. Maybe no, maybe no. So, you know, voices in my head. One of them asked like, maybe this space on the king side can help black somehow, maybe they can prepare a g4 idea or something like that, but the next voice responds to the first one, like, no, no, no. The chess rule tells you that you should play in the flank, then you have majority of pieces or pawns. So right now, a queen side, it's a place for black, and king side is a place for white, because right now white has a majority of pawns. That means that these trade-offs will be better for the white because of h-file, because of, you know, step to creating a passed pawns on e-file, whatever. So that's not an option. Computer recommends for the black playing a5, b6 or b5 in some variations, but nobody has real chances. Right now, maybe everything will be changed in future. Okay, got it, got it. So let's go to the third board. What's happening here? Malakhov Vladimir plays white and Sergei Sanan plays against Malakhov Vladimir. So, that's the equal opening, one more of them. Yep. It was a symmetrical structure, and after the rook c5 we discussed it. So computer recommends to the black play something like bishop g4. As I said before, you know, to clear this c8 square for the rook from a8. Something like that, and that. We discussed it. But in the game was played other option, other variation. It was knight e4 right now. Discovered attack. So maybe that's the right way, because if you stay in defense, you should exchanging your pieces. Less active pieces of opponent, less problems in your head. So that's the reason why black prefers the knight e4 right now. Takes, bishop goes to d3, and bishop e6. a3, it's avoiding of rook b4 and going away from this square, who can be attacked by the bishop, seems natural. And rook d5. Black just trying to exchange everything, you know, to have a pawn endgame with symmetrical pawn structure, I think. Maybe. Right now white has an option, you know, to trading or avoiding that. After rook c7, it will be rook d8, rook d7 with the same ideas. For example, creating a doubled pawns, one more trade-off, and something like rook c8. This move is prohibited because of the fork in the end of the variation. So, lot of trade-offs, nothing more, and this game looks like a draw. At least in this time. It was an interesting variation, to be honest. With this trap in the end, with the end after the rook c8 from the first side, it's not very clear. At least when you are just woman, FIDE master, not grandmaster with rating higher than 2600, right? But when you do it, it looks like more understandable for everyone. So rook c8, and after rook takes b7, check and going away with f fork right here. Perfect, perfect. So why not rook d5 with suggestion of trading. As for the fourth board, what's happening here? Vahidov Shamsidin plays white and Sargsyan Shant plays black. It was Rui Lopez with this maneuver to the edge. Yep, I cannot forget it. It is my, it's how it called. I want to check, to give you the very right phrase. Where is my translator? I lost everything. Perfectly. So it called scar on heart. Yep, this maneuver made a scar in my heart. But right now looks like the situation normalized, equalized. Yeah. After this trade-off and pawn break like before, black responds with a take and d5. Strange sometimes. You know that if you push your pawns from the bishop, your main task is, keep your center closed. But right now, maybe we have an exception of the rules. I'm not sure. As computer says, only one line for the white can keep the equality, by the way. It's a bishop takes d5 with a threat of pause. After that move, this rook is hanging, so takes or something like that. Takes. Why we are not afraid of these doubled pawns on d5, I don't know, for example. And what will be in next moves? Queen a8. So, unique way to protect your central pawn, right? From a1 to a8, and just our pawn is defensed, but another one is lost. But we have a counterattack. Of course, the first business for Grandmaster is not, feeling the right way of playing. It's just calculating. So maybe for me it looks like, what? Our pawns became doubled in the center. Another one is hanging. What's happening? But computer says, if you will take our pawn on b4, it will be counter threat on b file. Okay, it's enough. Maybe after e takes d5, we will have e file for the rook and e4 square for the knight goes somewhere. So our pieces have places to, go ahead and create some threats in the center. Why not? Very hard for the human being like me, but maybe possible for the Grandmasters. Okay, we will check it, because after every other move, except of bishop d5, the position of white is so hard. Like black has an advantage more than a half of a pawn. For example, after e takes d5, it will be bishop takes b4. It's a pin. So, what a threat. Rook a4, potentially. Bishop f5, with attacking this pawn, with opening a queen for attacking this pawn. Okay, just wanted to, try. If my idea is knight a4, e4, and this bishop creates a pin, I want to kick him off from this diagonal. So, rook a4, protecting this bishop. And the evaluation right here is minus 1 pawn 1. Can you imagine that? So much. So right now, white have enough time, to check whether the bishop d5 is the only move, and do it. Do it, like Nike's motto. Do it. Okay, whatever. D5 is logical, because, of course, this type of position with G5 pawn is not, requires to D5, but there are some other pluses, like opening a diagonal for the bishop and opening a D file for the queen and opening a lot of stuff to, D4. After the D4 in this situation, the bishop, of course, will get trapped. And I cannot the idea to go away, to clear the space for the bishop. No, because I have a problem with before. So. Yesterday was unlucky game was unlucky day for Vahidov Shamsidin, because he lost his game because he lost his game, the point in the end of the sentence. So maybe right now he has the second unlucky day. It looks like that. But to be true, the evaluation after bishop takes d5 is plus 0.2. So maybe that means that the computer opportunities is enough to compensate everything. We will look how game unfolds, but right now I want to check the fifth board. As you remember, Zavalieja pawns Francisco plays white and Tabatabai Amin plays black. Aha. After the bishop takes a7, it was rook b7 with multiple threats in that move. Our previous idea with bishop takes h3 is keep possible, and right now it's a second. So after bishop d4, black responds at bishop takes h3, e5, e5. It's top engine move, but as for me, looks like likes look. What I wanted to say. Interesting. So, for example, of course, it's uncomfortable for the white, taking here on h3, because opponent's queen goes near to the king, and after knight g4, it will be checkmate. I said it, but we should do something, because it's a rule of chess. Maybe that's the reason why 5. No, that's not the reason. It sounds like we should do something. Let's do that. No. e5 is top engine move. So we are trying maybe to open the d file for the queen. Maybe we are trying to ruin the pawn structure of our opponent. Yeah, I think that is. For example, after e5. After d takes e5 and bishop takes e5, the pawn on c6 will be lonely pawn. So nobody protects her. And in the endgame, we will try to look for a chance exploiting it. Lonely pawns, it's potentially a target for the all types of tactical shots. So, why not? e5 was played, and right now Tabatabai Amin is thinking. So the all variations from the engine commands gives us the evaluation of 0.0, d takes e5, knight goes to h5, bishop takes on g2, and after that knights go to the h5, whatever. Every line gives you the equality. So that's the reason. The reason there is. Okay. Why it's so equal? It's not clear for me. Really. A file. Okay. White has a passed pawn in the future. Black has a compensation with strong bishop on the dark squares and rook and something else, and d pawn potentially will be passed, but it takes a longer time than this. Why is it 0.0? I'm not sure. Maybe the depth of engine cannot let him, to give us the full picture of this position. So like the depth is 30. 30 is okay, but not enough. 30 is just 15 moves ahead. So, for example, if you will have a great pawn structure in the endgame, it will be not enough time to using it, to show the advantage. So, right now, by the way, there are 42 viewers in the Lichess page with this tournament. It's interesting because yesterday it was just 30. Right now it's 40. Maybe tomorrow it will be 50. Maybe we will have a, exponential geometrical progression. And after that, the whole world will be looking at the 22nd Karpov International Chess Tournament. So why not? I think it can be possible somehow. Okay, let's go to the next circle, and we're starting from the first board in this tournament. Nestor Farsini plays with Svetlana Raunak, and something had changed after the bishop a6. It was bishop takes b6. Got it. And black wants to make a trade. So it was the top engine move right now. But where is the goal? I remember that this knight from the center of the board wanted to go to c4 with a fork or something. No? And after that variation, so with queen c6 and trade-off right here, the knight goes away. So e5 with a pin. I want to understand something. It's a job of commentator, firstly understand everything, and after that tell it with jokes and something to the audience, sorry. But right now it's very hard to me. Let's do it together. For example, why in this situation black wants to trade the queens? I want to, of course, rook b8 is prohibited. Okay, I want to go here, attack a bishop and attack a pawn, but after bishop d4, computer said that the white's advantage is very big, like the whole pawn in this situation. e5, bishop c3, so this diagonal is nice for the white's dark bishop, right? It can be true. So I should find a way, to avoid this bishop on d4. What? Rook c1, knight c3, development from other side, and this pawn is hanging. Alright, now I want to go here. And right now white has an advantage. But no, the advantage is getting smaller, especially after what? What's happening? I want to go here, e5. Yeah, it's more understandable than previous variation. Right here we kick this bishop out from this long diagonal, and bishop should go away or doing something else, and black has enough counter threats. But the point is, right here white has an opportunity of bishop f1 with this pin, unpredictable thing in our life, right? Takes, another. White has an extra pawn. Where is the compensation? a4. Why this position is equal? Tell me that fact, please. Really? White has an extra pawn, firstly. White has a great center. Central pawn on e4 is perfect, secondly. The black pawn stays on g5. She pushed from the king, and right now it's a, place near the king who doesn't protect it. Thirdly, where is the compensation? Where? Knight c4, computer recommends again. Okay, I can understand it. Takes. I had an extra pawn. uh, goes to the king. Maybe the point is it's a backward pawn, so this pawn never can go through the db4 square, because it's controlled a lot of times by the pieces and the pawn, so that's the reason why we cannot use this pawn. And the bishop in the opened position against the knight is so strong piece that it's compensating everything. I'm not sure, but it's just my how it called? Translator, please helps me. It called assumption. Not hypothesis. Let's say guess. It's just my guess. So nothing more, nothing less, just a guess that right now it's so easier, you know, to playing by the white. But this bishop from the c5 and this active rook can be compensate something, and that's the reason why the evaluation rate here is 0.1. As for the second board, what's happening here? Martirosyan Haik plays white and Artemiev Vladislav plays black. The pawn structure isn't symmetrical, as you remember, so right now 2 pawns against 1 and 4 pawns against just 3. So it really changed nothing, so the evaluation is equal. b3 is a strange move. b3 is a good motto for us, but it's a strange move. Because after b3, our pawn became weaker, I think. This is a good square for the knight or bishop. And our pawn stay closer for the black guys who wants to create a, you know, passed pawn. Let's check it. For example, b3. I want to make this maneuver with new pawn. What will be, you know, stop me? Rook goes to b4. King c4, logical thing. b5. No, my knight is hanging right now, it's not working. King f6. Help others. I want to help others. I want to help. So, takes. And this is destroying of defender, but I have one more question. White right here, I cannot do this idea. They discovered attack in the end. So, where the difference? Time to think, you know. No. It seems like I, you know, giving comments of a top-level Grandmaster tournament, but I really do not understand the simple, you know, beginner's tactical shot. But what's happening? How it works? I just should understand it. In this situation, White has an opportunity to take this pawn with the idea of destroying defender. But after this next move, after the knight d2 and king d6, it totally exists. Sorry me, it's so much excuses, but it looks like magic things. No, it's working. No, it's working. Everything is okay. Of course, I cannot use this rook because of the idea of discovered attack and the end of the variation. But if I take here by the a1 rook, it's okay. So, it's very difficult to the black, you know, creating a passed pawn on the a file. That means that the situation is equal, because nobody can do something special and attacking. But who knows, maybe after some decades of moves. You know, endgame is a calm thing, so you should be patient and spending time to build your pawn structures and using your plans. So it can be worked after 3 hours and 4 hours and 5 hours, something like that. Okay, let's look at the third board. After the rook d5, it was rook takes d5, bishop takes d5, and rook c1. I think we can use the same idea. For example, returning to the e6. No, it's not working. I remember the last tactic that we have got. After the rook c8, the idea is the trade-off is, will be. That will be in the game. This move, for example, is losing the game because after king f8 you should takes here, and this is check with a fork on d5. We have seen it in our previous analysis right here. So that means that after bishop d5 and rook c1, it's a bad way, to return on e6, maybe because of bishop e4. Not kind of. Rook c8 fix everything, but f4 looks stronger. Why? For example, I want to do the same thing. No, it's an equality. Nothing have changed. So, draw. It's my diagnosis. It will be a draw. I hope the participants will never heard it, because I would imagine their thoughts in the game like, these very difficult variations, these very strong opportunities, so calculating, and after that, open a stream from the round, and some girl pretending to be a commentator says like, draw, and they respond something like, perfect. Just fun situation, but I think it cannot be possible in our life, because really grandmasters, I think they have, enough useful actions to do, enough useful businesses in their life, except of watching streams from their own rounds. So that's the reason why I'm not really afraid to be stupid in their eyes, because they never see that. Okay. After the rook c1, the evaluation is equal, and we can go to the next board. So, as for the next one, right here, Wahid Shamsiddin plays with Arksan Shant. And it looks like black has an advantage, because in that situation, when I said you that the only move for white is taken by the bishop, as computer says, of course, white decided to take by the pawn. And after bishop takes b4, it's like a half of a pawn in black's favor right here. So it's explainable. This bishop is create a pin, to avoiding a knight e4, the main white's idea. After the queen b3, as I remember, rook a4 was the best move, but bishop d6 is okay too, protecting the pawn, and you know what? The recommendations of computer looks like strange. For example, in this particular situation, the computer recommends us to play queen b1 for some reason. I do not know why. Let's try to make it clear. So, queen b1. What will be next? What? Bishop takes h3? With the idea of queen d7? Do you think that can be working? I have a lot of questions. So, bishop h3, it's one of the variations that computer, how it called, offer, that computer offers to us. But It's really fun that the position of black is so strong that they can just sacrifice the bishop and in the next move try to take one pawn back, and the whole situation is, okay for them. So the top engine move right here is king g7 or rook a3 or queen e7, and I really do not see, the connection between these moves. That's a prophylaxis, that's a attack on the A file or something like that. That's a battery in the places who are totally empty. So, unlogical. Seems like an unlogical decision that blacks can decide. Okay. So right now, only one question. Why that's first the top engine move and that's the second line? Why this queen should go away on the B file? Why is that bad to stay here? For example, I want to play rook c1 to the open file. What will be next? Rook a3. Yep, right now it become more explainable for us. So our queen on b3 is a tactical target to the skewer on the third rank. So you should go away on b1 or b2, to avoiding this idea with rook a3. Yeah, it become more logical, I'm happy. So something is getting better right here. Okay, got it. But really, that's a, long-term idea of black. And queen c8 and bishop h3. Let's continue this variation just to figure it out. For example, bishop h3 is the second line of computer and the evaluation is minus 0.5. So, queen d7. I would try to protect it. Knight h5. With the idea of check. I don't know. Rook h1, Check. Takes. Go away. One more pawn. Maybe computer needs more time to calculate it more correctly. So our queen is suffering. Let's go away. And queen f5 with this idea, of course the main task is e4, going ahead, and after that e3, and every line is ruined. So that doesn't make a sense that white has an extra piece, because the bishop from a8, from a2 cannot help somebody to defend in this situation. So interesting. In the game, white decided to play knight e4. And right now, computer really turned the tables. He said, no, forget my last sentence. The evaluation was minus 0.7 after this move and the next trade-off. The evaluation is like a pawn, so minus 0.8, minus 0.9, something like that. Really? Why? So, let's think as a human beings. Usually, when you have a doubled pawns in the center, and that's a problem for you, and you found a maneuver, to make your pawns in the center healthy, usually that makes your own position better. But right now it's the same problem, and it's really interesting for the analyzing how it works. So right now, for example, advice for the black from computer is playing queen f6, knight f4, what else? b4, this is a passed pawn right here. h5, g4, just going ahead. Maybe the point is, right now the center is closed, so that's enough time, that's comfortable time to create a, king-side attack from the king to the king. What do you think about that? Knight f4, and g4 or h5, g4, looking promising for the black. We will check it. Right now, this position in the board after d takes e4, so Sargsyan is thinking. He has 52 minutes in his clock and plays rook a4. Computer totally takes all his advantage and says that right now it's an equality. How it happens? So why the queen f6 move is so more important than rook a4? Let's look. For example, computer continue to recommends go our queen back on the b file for some reason, but this pawn is hanging. Why nobody trying to protect it? Yep, it can be a trouble. Let's find something else. For example, our knight goes to d2, I don't know. Oh. Pin. Rook a8. And everybody creates strong problems in the a file. Got it? I can understand that. You know, pins, hanging pawns, it's my level. Joking, but not totally joking. So, after rook a4, it's more than one problem. The first one is hanging pawn on e4. The second one is opportunity of double or triple piece in the a file. Queen a5 in the plans, so rook a8 in the same plans with this whole battery, Alokhin's gun, if you remember, in the a file. So maybe that's the reason why computer recommends to play queen b1 with this protecting, and you protect your rook too, and after something like queen a5 you have an opportunity to, you know, ruin this pin on a file. So you go in somehow like bishop b3, making some trade-off, and your position is not very good, but, you know, possible to continue. Of course, in the end game, black has a passed pawn on b file. Flank passed pawn, it's a great advantage. But right here, it's a, how it calls, protected passed pawn in the center. And this knight can be useful after some maneuvers, so it's like an equality. Compensation is enough. So, I understand everything right now. Our queen is interfering our bishop from a2, and our bishop, it's a suffering piece, especially after the queen a5 and rook a8. So you cannot go away to the b1 because of your hanging rook. You should make this maneuver to solve your problems. Right now, after this explanation, it seems logical. So the top engine move is bishop b1, as I said before, gives black only 3 of 10s, only, how I can tell it? 3 of 10s of pawn, 3 tenths of pawn. 3 tenths of pawn is enough. I mean, you know, minus 0.3 evaluation in the computer line, but it means it has a strong resemblance with my previous attempt to tell you my thought. Okay. So right now the second line is queen b2, because this idea with Alokhin's gun on the a file is so much dangerous that this pawn on e4, so the computer just offers us, you know, sacrifice everything. The main thing is avoiding these ideas. And the third line is rook ac1, just going away, but that's the same point. Our pawn in the center. So my prediction that white has really the only logical move right here, and I think Vahidov Shamsiddin will find it in the real game, because he has enough time, 51 minutes in his clock, and he will looking for all these threats for him and find the queen b1. Maybe something else in this situation. So let's check the b4 opportunity. You know, to do something? No. the whole evaluation is changed, and right now it's more than half of a pawn in white's favor. After the bishop c4, after the king d2 and b3 and c4. So this pawn on b5 is very important for the black, because this pawn controls the c4 square for the minor pieces, and that's the reason why white's bishop is suffering. So no, only queen a5 and rook a8, and after these trade-offs after the bishop b3 we will have the end game with two bust pawns, and it's like an equality. Okay. 2 hours of the third round of the 22nd Karpov International Chess Master have passed, and right now I think it's time to take a break. After that we will continue, so don't switch off. Good time to continue our stream. Let's go to this position. We discussed it before the break, and during the break, White really decided to play Queen B1 right here, so it was the right decision. And Black responded by Queen F6. And it's an interesting situation, because right here, this idea with Knight F4 and H5 and G4, it's really dangerous for the White, and the computer finds only one way to defense right here, to defend, and it's look like it's very interesting. So this move with bishop b3, we have seen it before when we discussed the spin on a file, but right now this spin doesn't exist. The point is that after rook a8, for example, this bishop continues his maneuver and goes to d1, and from d1 these squares are controlled by the bishop. So these ideas with with h5 and with g4, so they are not working so good like in other variations. So it's not that you would expect right now in this position, but really the next bishop in the back rank today is very good piece in this situation. Okay. Right now it's time to White, looking for this chance for defense. I want to say that other moves, except of bishop b3, gives the Black great advantage. Like the evaluation after bishop d3, b3 is minus 0.1, it means equality. And other moves like rook f1 or knight h2 or something like that, giving a Black an advantage more than a whole pawn, like pawn.2, pawn.5 in every different situations. So. Very high strength position when White can go to the, how it called, let's say equal situation, and they can make a mistake and have a very trouble position. Okay, the second board has finished their game with a draw. After this trade-off on d8, White offered draw, Black agree with it. So the position is totally drawish right now. And that's the first game that was finished today. So after 2 hours and 15 minutes, Martirosyan Aik and Artemiev Vladislav made a draw. So congratulations for them, and right now we have 4 boards, of course, to analyze. As for the 5th one, Vallejo Pons Francisco plays White and Tabatabai Amin plays Black. Interesting. I can make a mistake, but in our previous analysis, Black has an advantage, right? No? It was a5 with an equal situation. After the queen f5, it was a defense. So everything is logical, and there are a lot of top engine moves from the both opponents. So h4, trying to create something in the king side, but there are nothing. So, like a woman FIDE master, I think that this pawn structure near the king looks like very dangerous for the White. But the calm engine said that everything is okay, especially after queen f3, that top engine move. The evaluation is 0.0 in any case, so our bishop is interfering on g3, and that's enough. Right now, rook ad1. It's the only move for the White, but the situation is 0.0. So top-level grandmasters' resultative game is rarely in their, practice. Usually it's something like a draw, because everyone is so strong, nobody make a mistake. Almost. Sometimes mistakes happen, and it's very interesting for the commentator and for the audience. So sometimes I really want to see some mistake, you know, to say something like, wow, what's happening here? But no, they're grandmasters, so they play very solid and reliable. Okay, that's a fact. And as for the position, not for the evaluation, like let's close the engine and try to calculate something. For example, right here, I see that black has a chance to make a check to the king. But maybe it's not so dangerous. This knight is protected by the queen, right? So we can deflect her from the defense. It looks like a potential danger attack, but if you do something like rook h4, your opponent will take by the bishop, and this pawn is controlled by the queen, so nothing. Let's try to do it, for example. And I don't know, rook g5, you know, with all this stuff. You cannot take me back because of the check. So that's a threat. You cannot take me here because of the checkmate in 2. Maybe I find the way to win. Joking. But who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I want to open the engine. Agent said that, of course, everything isn't working totally. So queen f3 is controlled to everything, because after the check your queen will be controlled the g2 square, and you can just go away by king g1 in this situation, and nothing strange because of the idea of queen f3, and white controls all weak squares without problems. Okay, I believe you. So right now we have a situation in the game, and that's not very dangerous, connected with knight f4 check. Of course you can go away not only in h2, or after king h2 it will be queen h5 with winning, because this idea of discovered attack is dangerous, and you cannot go away somehow because of the sacrifice. The next sacrifice, the check and the capture, and your queen should protect the g4 square from the g2 square from the checkmate, so you cannot capture it back, and black has an extra material, and right now the attack is continuing. So that's the reason why your king should go away from the h file, and this only one move for the white to be true. King f1, going away from this dangerous line and from this dangerous line, from everything, you know, in the other side of the board, maybe like tsh, 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 tsh. Joking. So after rook ad1, white is holding the position by only moves, but they are holding, so everything, you know, is keeping. Yep. As for the first one, Nestor Forsini plays with Satwani Raunak. That was the strange opening and strange middle game. As for the end game, it's not so strange, but you know, kinda. So after this queen straight off, we analyzed together that this knight from c6 avoiding a bishop d4, and this square is threatened, so e5 is dangerous with discovered attack on the long diagonal. Rook goes to c8 to protect the knight. It was new for us, and right here bishop d4 in any case, because bishop likes the long diagonals. He protects the pawn, he protects the other pawn, so everything is protected by the bishop, and trade off on the e2 and the next threat. So what will be? Whatever will be, will be. I remember this song. It depends on chess too. So right now the evolution in the black's favor. Because of the pair of bishop, I think. Pair of bishop advantage is important thing in the endgame because a lot of diagonals are opened and the bishops had a place to do something useful. After bishop a6, for example, it will be... I don't know. I want to go away from the a3 because the place is not so reliable. Your opponent can take your every move and you should calculate it regularly, so it's not so comfortable for you. But you have no place to escape, so you should stay here. And the main thing is, you know, do not play like bishop c3 because you will lose your piece. Okay, maybe it's better to play in black right now because they has an open line, open c-file, and their pair of bishop is, you know, can be not really very, can be active pieces, but not very because e-file is closed and there are no weaknesses to attack it. Okay. After the rook e1 situation in the board right now, I think it's long-term capitalization of these smallest advantages in the different corners of the boards, like pair of bishops here, and this pawn potentially a weakness, but this pawn is potentially a weakness too, and this open line, but there are no squares in c-file, you know, that you can use. No. Every square is controlled by the minor pieces of white, so looks like everything will be in future. Right now, the position is okay for everyone. As for the third board, as I said before, the second board was finished with a draw, so we just jump into the second board to the third one. So Malakhov Vladimir plays rook c1, and Sugirov Sanan is thinking by the 50 minutes, am I right, 50 minutes? After the rook c1, in the position when every move goes to the draw endgame. I want to find him in the, you know, camera from the tournament hall, but my eyes do not let me do it. If I will see him, I will tell you. So, the last 50 minutes, nothing has changed in this situation. It's strange, because the whole position looks like very easy. Maybe this game was finished with a draw too? I think that two boards in the tournament are empty, right? The left one and the right one, so nobody sees here. Maybe this game was finished with a draw and everybody goes home, you know, drink coffee and watch TV series. And only us stays here and trying to give any comments for some reason. I do not know, but it can be a, you know, alternative reality. As for the fourth board, what's happening here? It's a game between Vahidov Shamsidin and Sargsyan Shant. I need my glasses in the next time, to be honest. You know, to analyze the situation from the cameras in tournament hall and using it in my stream. So why not? As for this thing, bishop on h3. This pawn was overloaded, protecting this pawn and this knight, so it's like a tactical shot from the beginner's textbook, you know? But white has enough compensation, so firstly I want to say that the evaluation is 0.0, so everything is equal. Fourth game is continuing. So right now in your screen you can see the Sargsyan Shant that who we discussed right now, so he is in your screens. Okay, let's return to a few moves ago, to realize how it happened. This trade on e4, bishop b3 is the main idea of black, we discussed it, and after the trade off, bishop takes h3. Black has an extra pawn. This move is prohibited because the same number of material, but all pawn structure near the king is damaged. That means black has a great opportunities of checkmated, especially after knight h4. So of course, nobody wants to do it. It's just, to fill the stream. So, queen a6. Queen a6, good opportunity of white. The evaluation is equal. I want to try y. Of course, right now, that's a threat or not. I want to check before. That's not a threat, because the checkmate ideas is most dangerous in the world, at least in chess. So, before is okay. But this before pawn is controlled the c4 square from the minor pieces, as I said before. And right now, computer says it's a very, strong idea of white. Knight d2 and knight c4. With this, after this maneuver, all these squares can be weaker. Francisco Vallejo pawns and Malakhov Vladimir passed by. So interesting. If you watch all streams, in the end of the tournament, you will know the top grandmasters in the world. Almost. Magnus Carlsen, there is one more, but everybody, others, right now. As for the situation after the queen a6, what's the idea of white? Firstly, of course, they want to take this passed pawn. So I want to find a way, protect it. Secondly, they want to use this pin on the 6th rank. And d6 idea, going ahead, and that's a discovered line, for the bishop. So everything is okay for the white. Right now it looks like 3 tables in the tournament hall are empty, no? 2 from left and 1 from right side. So only in the center 2 boards are using by the players. It cannot be possible, right? Okay, sometimes I will look at the picture from the camera and yes. Right here, after the king g7, king g7 is a top engine move, by the honest. So, why this pawn was not protected? Interesting question, because after queen b5 it will be, and what? And what you want to say? I don't know. Tactic? No, it's a loss of a piece. Returning with that silent ideas. Why that idea is silent? Just trying, to combine my giving comments and looking at the camera from tournament hall, and sometimes my brain pause, we are broken, sorry Dasha, just right now we keep silent. Okay, whatever. So, right now black had the chances, to save this pawn alive, for example after bishop d7, but there are a lot of problems with this variation when this bishop from b3 started to attack somehow. So, black decided to sacrifice its pawn by the king g6. Maybe... What the goal of queen g7. My first thought was, you know, open the 8th rank to the rook, but it seems strange. What else? Rook b8 potentially. Or no. Who knows? Let's think one more minute about the ideas of king g7 move. So, maybe there are some threats on the 8th rank? Like if he stays here, somebody will make a check for us from in some variations. Rook b8. This rook stays in the check in this variation, so it's not working. Okay, wherever. Maybe it's not so lot of not so big number of useful moves. So bishop from d7 interfere the d file, so black hasn't an opportunity to protect this pinned bishop after the bishop c5, right? So that's the reason why that move is not so good. As for others, as for before, one more time, knight goes to d2. And the situation in white's favor, like the whole pawn for them. Maybe this pin is so terrifying for the black that they are trying to, of course. So, sorry, it was hard work. Right now I realized that the main point of king g7 is protecting the queen, you know, to avoiding a pin. Thank you, thank you. It looks like my brain decided to stop working because, you know, summer, maybe swimming and dancing in the street under the rain is better. And for him, of course, not for me, for him. It's just he. I'm making a strong poses right now. That's my silent mode. Okay. Let's have a look at the 5th board right now to look at the check. Yep. When I close my engine and try to offer something, I offered this check by the knight from f4 square. Okay, so black spent 20 minutes thinking on this move and chose this one. So, if you remember, the only move for the white right here is king f1, going away from these dangerous lines h-file and g-file, because if you want to go here, it will be very big blunder. After the queen h5, you have a problem with this dangerous attack. Rook h4 and every square is painful for you. Especially after king g1, you will have, of course, this pin. So, that's the point why you cannot go to the h-file. The g-file is bad to you too. After knight h3 check, you have the only move, it's a king g2, takes, and knight goes to f2 because your king is one more time have a pin on g-file and your opponent can exploit it. So that's the reason why the only move for the white right here is king f1, and the Vallejo Ponce-Francisco did it quickly because of course he can't calculate variations. It's his job. He's top-level grandmaster, and he do it from the whole life. So it's not a surprise for everybody. Bishop takes on c3. Queen takes on c3, I think it will be the next move. And right now, the evaluation is 0.0 after the queen b5 and after the after the knight h5. So there are only two opportunities of black, to keep equality. Maybe other opportunities worse. Something like that. With that ideas. This pin on f file can be dangerous, might be dangerous, so you should go away. Now in the game was another version of position. It was queen b5 with a check. So hard to make a mistake, because and queen g1 and what would I say? Queen c4, yep. And queen c4 are okay for the white totally. The evaluation is 0.0 in any case. Right now you can see the game between Sugirov Sanan and Malakhov Vladimir. Yes, they sit in the board, so nothing was happened. Sugirov Sanan just thinking for... He thought from 1 hour and 17 minutes to 20 minutes. It was like the whole hour, and made one of the possible moves with king g7. How it works? Maybe it was some healthy troubles when he, I don't know, goes for a doctor. Because it seems very strange, 1 hour in this situation. In condition, then his previous moves was very quick, and he plays the opening and the middle game by 20 minutes, and right now he decided to spend the whole hour. Okay, it's his decision. We are not criticizing someone, but it's just strange. So f4 white responds, and it's new time to think right here. Okay, maybe after the round somebody will explain to me how it works and what was happened. Maybe nothing. Maybe he just wanted to analyze this very interesting opening with symmetrical pawn structure and symmetrical pieces. Got it. As for the first board, right here, I want to remind you, Nestor Farseni plays with at 1 around knock, and in the board, white has an extra pawn. But the evaluation is equal, so even minus 0.1. The compensation, of course, is obvious. It's a pair of bishop advantage, because in the endgames, when our center of a board is opened, the pair of bishop doing the great work. They're trying to attacking of weaknesses, and it's easy, to change a bishop to the knight, but it's impossible to change the knight to the bishop. So if you have bishops, you can make a choice what pieces will be left in the board. So very useful of you. And that pair of bishops, it's a very good material relation. Got it. So right now, after 2 hours and 40 minutes, sometimes time is getting smaller. Time is starting to running out from the players. For example, in this game, Nestor Farseni has only 16 minutes in his clock. Sugirov Sanan has 17 minutes in the game that I told you before. With this whole hour in the king g7 move, my guess that it was something, exclude the chess position. Healthy problems or something like that. I do not know right here. But It's look impossible, you know, to know about king g7 move. Okay, pawns on f-file make a not blockade. They block each other on the f4 square and e5, if. I don't remember how this file is pronounced correctly, and you know, just trying all vowels that I can. If file, f file. I think it's f file in total. Yep. I want to ask. No, I don't want to ask. F5 move is useful for avoiding a e4 opportunity. You know, it's hard to play when your opponent control all the center in opening, in the middle game, in the end game, whatever. So F5, it's just a prevention to control this square firstly. So, after the king F2, for example, I want to interfere the c file by the bishop. But white has an opportunity with b4. a6. It's my blockade on c file, why not? a4. And after the taking, it's a fork by the rook, right? Okay, so maybe the position is not so simple as it looks like. I want to check this word, sorry. Just time to open a translator and ask him one question. No, just seems. Seems the position is harder than it seems. Yep. As for the fourth board, after the queen takes b5, it was rook b8 with a skewer on b file, and the only move. Not the only. So queen c4 is working perfect too. Bishop returns to the d7, and the situation seems calm right here, or not, because the attack in the king side has not finished. It means that the idea with knight f4 will be in the next move in any direction, in any condition. So, knight d2, knight f4. I'm sure that will be the next move, knight d4. Maybe that's the reason what I would put this queen on the c4, you know, avoiding lost tempo, but on c4, that's the point, that it's a square for the minor pieces, as we discussed before. That's a square for the bishop, that's a square for the knight from the d2. So, you know, chance to interfere, some kind of pins, and c file for the rooks. So maybe it's explainable. Okay. After the knight d2, it can be h5, g5, or knight f4, because the engine recommends us all three lines of that. The king side is very interesting of black because the center is closed, and there the black pieces has a great opportunity to create something new. It's a third round, it's a perfect time to start, you know, win the games, because you has an energy already, not you has an energy yet, but you finish your acclimatization already. I hate the preposition in English language, and I mixed it regularly, so I just needed to time, you know, to check whether, check what preposition I should use in this particular case. So. Knight goes to f4, and all pieces from the king side go ahead and try to ruin something, and we will return to the situation, but right now I want to check the fifth board. After the queen b5, white is thinking, so they has 27 minutes in the clock right now, but it's not useful for them, because every variation with queen c4 and with king g1 is equal, are totally equal. 0.0 right here. Takes. This doubled pawn is terrifying me, but the computer said that compensation is enough. This e7 pawn is hanging. If your opponent tries to protect it, you will create a pin for them and win an extra piece. So everything is under control totally. And you, of course, can choose then king g1, because after knight e2 with a fork, you will sacrifice the rook, and after that you will have enough compensation for all of these material problems. It's unreal for the human. Maybe that's the reason why in the game I chose the variation with queen c4, and I upgraded this move to the main line. So queen c4, interesting choice. Maybe in the game it will be more dangerous to play that, because as for me, I see the evaluation every time. I can tell you that the evaluation is 0.0, effect on your mood, and you feel calm because never dangerous will happen. The evaluation is 0.0. But during the game, of course, you have not this type of calm person who will tell you that everything is okay. No, you should calculate yourself. That's the reason why chess is very nervous play. So yes, this trade-off was in the game. So queen takes c4 and b takes c4 back. And right now, time to think. Knight h5 computer recommends, they said before. But I see he wants to do something in another place in the board. Yep, knight e6. Discovered an attack to the c4, its hanging pawn, and rook d7, looking for the counter threats. After the rook e8, white hasn't the chances to protect their pawn on c4, so after a4 or something like that, it will be the equal number of pawns in the board, so black has the chances to keep their position. But wait. There is a next fork right now after the rook takes c4, so it will not the equal number of pawns. No, black will have an extra pawn in the end of this variation, so be careful. Everything in chess can be dangerous for you. Until your game finish, you should check whether you can, lose something. After the rook d7, I saw that he, put his, no. You understand everything. Yeah, my gesture is understandable, Yeah, it was rook e8 in the game, so white's turn. What they will choose? c5, it's interesting way to, check. Of course, that's not a good decision, but after rook a4, black has an advantage. That's an isolated pawn, that's a doubled pawn, so who knows? Right now, it's like a closed position with the weaknesses. Maybe that pawns on c-file is not so promising. In the opposite, if you can take the c6 pawn, they will be promising. But it's impossible here. So, interesting. But in any case, the evaluation is equal. As for this game, Nesterov Arseny plays with Satvani Raunak. After the pawn goes to g4. Yep, right here. when rook attacks this bishop, bishop goes to f3, and in the next move g4. And you know, in previous move g5 pawn was weak, and we should, you know, look at her any regularly, you know. But after g4, they are a perfect team, because this bishop controls the Luft, and there are ideas in the back rank maybe sometimes. And the pawn is strong because they are protecting each other. So, create a tandems. It depends on your partner, of course. In the chess, in the life, who knows? So, that's a, you know, common advice for everybody. Create a tandems. When you play chess, when you live your life, live your life is better. So, good idea, you know, to threatening, yep, this one. After the a4, it was knight d6. Why not? Good outpost in the center, and the central pawn protect the knight here. So, rook c6 goes away, and it's an offer of 3 times repetition. After the knight d6, it was the first one. After the knight d6, it was the second one. If the position will repeat the third time, it will be a draw. So maybe it's better for the white, because there is a difference between rating of the players, like 81 point. So I'm not sure that that the Indian Grandmasters does agree. Yep, he go away from the 3 time repetition. It's not good for him. He will try to win this game, because you know, a prize fund of the tournament is great. 13 millions of rubles and 700s of thousands of rubles of you know, 13.7 millions in total. So that's the reason why you should looking for chances if you want to do it, especially in cases when your rating higher than your opponent's one. After rook b1, the evaluation is 0.0, because white has an extra pawn and black has a compensation with a pair of bishops. We see it a million times. As for this pawn, she could not be a passed pawn, because every time this rook is blocked here, even after rook b1. Rook b1, it can be a mistake maybe. f6, you know, the idea with trade-offs in the center, I wanted to say, because your knight is protected by the pawn, and it could be go somehow, it should protect. It's computer recommendation. Maybe right now, I'm not sure, but really, I want to go ahead. Let's do it. Rook b1. Okay. b4. Totally not working. Why? Go ahead. Rook d8. In any case, I want to do it. Our problem in the first rank. Yep. That's the reason why this bishop is so strong for the both sides. So, you know, Luft on g2 is closed, so that means that our rook cannot go away from the back rank, because in any case your opponent will regularly threaten you with these ideas, like in this end of the variation. The next board was finished with a draw. Yep. Malakhov Vladimir and Sergeyev Sanan, after the rook c5, was agreed to the draw. It was a draw agreement. Let's rephrase to do it more correctly. So, the second draw in the third round, and right now only 3 games left after the first 3 hours of process. Interesting. So let's check whether there are free games with the equal evaluation. So the first one right now with an equal evaluation, especially after a3, because we, avoiding all these pawn breaks that can make us a problem, and everything is predictable, like a blockade, just staying and protecting everything. Got it. As for this board, what's happening? The evaluation is minus like 3 pawns in black's favor. It was a huge blunder, as computer says. After the h5, you can keep the position. Somehow. Maybe. Rook b1. The first is the top engine move, and after h4, go into the d1 and trying to use this bishop in the defense, and offer a trade-off, of course. If you're playing defense, you should trade in the pieces, because it makes your defense easier. But g3, the evaluation of position is getting 3 pawns lower, because after g3 there are some ideas with continuing the attack very dangerously for the white king. The main point is your pawn cannot take this knight in any case. For example, bishop b4, interesting move, and if you want to take it, just g takes you. So the king h7, almost in any case, rook goes to g8, queen goes to h4. This pin is dangerous. This liner checkmate is threatening for you. So this light bishop can help in h3, for example. Nothing interesting for the white, and in adamant this bishop is hanging right now, and you have no squares to keep it. So after g3, look. Seems like black has an advantage. The 3 whole pawns after the bishop b4. The second line that engine recommends is bishop h3. Maybe it's more understandable because it's a forcing move, queen c4 or what else, and knight goes to g2. That's a fork. You cannot go away here because of what? Rook c8 is the next idea. Maybe we will try to use queen d. Queen d3 is not possible for us, so we should go ahead. Takes. Knight d3. Discovered attack to that idea. White hasn't chances to solve it. So after g3, all of your light squares near the king became weak, and this type of checkmate with bishop from h3 and sacrificing your knights regular exists here, as engine says. I'm not pretending to be as clever as Grandmaster, and Grandmaster, no, that's not my job. I just trying to tell you, and sometimes we're trying to figure it out together. That's interesting. Sometimes no. So really, the adjective. Thank you for the part of the language. I forget everything, whatever. So this move is better than that move, but I prefer that one because this is a first forcing move, and it's understandable how you will continue the attack. So you will put your knight on the g2, your rook on c8, your queen potentially on f3, and you every time has an opportunity with h4 with ruin everything. So. And really the fun fact is, earlier I wanted to understand what's the reason to make a king g7 move, And I am joking about rook h8, but right now, in this particular case, really this idea will work. So we never know how our game will unfold, right? And after 3 hours of the game, I suggest you to make a break, our regular thing. So after that we will return here and look what's happening for our break. So it's time to continue our analysis. And right here was some changes because one, my eye is relaxed in the break, and the other one, looking at the board with chess pieces, control everything, controlling our blood. So let's check what's happening, especially here. In the first board, in the game between Vahidov Shamsidin and Shakshan Shant, that's a study of capitalization. So yes, it was Queen A6 played, and after Rook B3, Knight take B3, and Knight D3, we have the same position from the last variation. So the idea is that's a discovered attack of the F file, because after Queen takes D3, what else? It will be Queen F. So here. The only one move for the white is Queen F1, so takes, and this position looks like easy to realization. This pawn is lost, the next one wants to lost. For example, this move is prohibited because of the double attack to 2 hanging piece. So after the taking on F1, white takes by the rook. The evaluation is 4 pawns in black's favor. So after the Queen A4, it will be hard to continue the game. This pawn is losing. F4, H4 is a very obvious opportunity of continue the king's attack. So as you know, the ratio when one side has a queen and another side has some minor pieces, or rook and minor pieces, has features. So the main feature is queen is the strongest person if somebody is ready to help her. So right now in this position, in this particular case, that position is simple for the black, because there are bishop and pawns who are ready to help to build a checkmate. Whatever, if we will count the material, black has only one extra pawn, because a rook and a knight against queen, that means 8 pawns against 1, but right now it's impossible to keep this position. Okay, everything is lost. As for the fifth board, So after the idea with taking this c4 pawn, nobody tries to protect it. A4 was the top engine move, rook a1 was the top one, a5. Computer, of course, says that everything okay in black, for black to black. In black side is everything okay. So the only move for them is rook a8. Looks like natural thing. Block the pawn who tried to became a queen. Double attack here. Forgive, forget. What's else? For example, I want to just asking. After rook takes c2, a6, block right here, rook b7. And after all this stuff, we have an opportunity with rook b6, right? So a7, rook b8, and chances to promoting. Interesting. a5 right now. Tabatabai who's the leader of the tournament right now. So he has a 20 minutes 45 seconds in the clock, and only 10 moves before the second time period. Okay, got it. So rook a8, let's imagine that it's the same idea with rook from b file. Knight goes to c5, rook b6, and block. Totally blocked everything. You know, if your opponent create blockades in the light squares, it's really impossible to fight with them, because you have a bishop, a dark squared bishop, so he cannot help our camp totally. Okay, yep, rook a8 was played in the game. The evaluation is 0.0. As for the first board, the position with extra pawn in white's favor, but this bishop on f3 is very strong person who controls the loop, as I said before, and create an opportunity to some kind of back rank checkmates by the rook. But it's not so easy. If I close my engine, like hoba, and now I don't see it, I would imagine that it's nice to play by white, because they has an extra pawn, they has two protected pieces, bishop on b4 and knight on d6 seems very strong, guys. So in the center, all lines are controlled by our bishop, rook and knight. Maybe after f6 it will be not so easy, because this pawns exchange and our knight, stop being protected. But who knows? Okay, let's open our engine again, because without him I just feel that I tell something stupid sometimes. Yep, it's a problem with self-estimate, or not. So after rook c4, the top engine move, yep, is f6 pawn, because the idea of black is creating new lines for the pieces, especially for the rook. She need d-file. What do you think about going here? The only move for the white to keep equality is rook c7 with the idea of knight c4, with the idea of check. Sorry, my fault. Okay, I will try to protect it. So we should sacrifice the pawn to take it back after some moves somehow. Good plan. What will be if we decide to take it right now, for example, after f6? Oh, -5 pawns. Sorry for my question. Of course, black rook goes to back rank to create a checkmate, 100%. Okay, I believe you. So you should be careful, because everything can be the hidden trap. Yep. After the f6 and rook c7, this move, it's a clearance, because you want to use c4 square for the knight, and your rook should go away, to clear this place for the knight. And knight from c4, it's a perfect piece, because we're attacking e5 with a check. We are ready to make a maneuver by the bishop to c3 and attacking it one more time. And our rook on the 7th rank is ready to go here, or just stay in the place. So everything is clear for me right now. Perfect. What's happening here? Oh, everything is bad for the white, sorry, but very predictable. Queen takes on e4. This idea is prohibited, as I said before. So in the next move, queen takes the next pawn right here, knight is hanging, and bishop c5. So capitalization, how it called? Capitalization is continuing. Maybe the next idea is f6, maybe queen f3, maybe this movement of a pawn to the a3. you know, the task of the black is ruin the pawn structure near the king, because after that they can create forks, checkmates, something like that. You understand how it happens. For example, let's imagine rook e1 to unleash our piece f6. This idea is bad for the white, because after the check you cannot use your rook. d1 square is protected by the rook, so you should take by the pawn, and after that queens go to f3, and everything is ruined. h5 is opportunity, f5 is opportunity. Your king can take part of this event. So. Bishop c5 is a strong move, but whatever. Black has a lot of options to win this game. All lines that engine shows me has a lot of good for the black. Adjective. I forget everything, so sometimes dementia is coming. Sorry for that, but I have a translator, so I used this word to get today. Lot of times. Advantage. Yep. Maybe I needed a 2 with this word like advantage, because in my previous tournament I forget it all the time, like adjective, adjacent, you know, advantage. So the third letter is V, like victory. Maybe with this association it will be easier. I don't know. It's strange. Okay, in the game was the rook e1 move, so it's time to create something. Computer recommends f6. And after that, for example, trade-off and queen f3, and you have no chances to save it, because after you will be a fork. After king h2 it will be fork. So that's the reason why, if your opponent has an extra queen against your minor piece, something like that, you should be solid. Pawn structure of you, of course. Solid, reliable, you know, your king should be saved, avoiding queen's forks from different sides. That's the main idea. Okay, got it. This position in the board right now, you know, seems like time to resign, but who cares? Let's look at the first board. So nothing has changed. 24 minutes and Sathwan Aronnax clock. So here thinking. Everybody thinking. Especially Vallejo Pons, Francisco is thinking. Right now and in previous time, when I have a look in the camera from tournament hall, he usually sit with the hands in his head like, what's happening, just counting, calculating, I mean, variations. Or maybe that's a comfortable, you know, position of body to think with the rooks on the heads. I don't know, but for last, you know, 30 minutes at least, he sits in this position. I'm watching. Yep. It's like a joking from, you know, Big Brother is watching you and little commentator is watching you. Ah ha 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 ha. So, yep. As for the position, it's equality. Rook a8 was played. As I said, it was the only move for the black, but it was founded, so everything is okay. Rook a2, protecting c2 pawn, predictable. Knight goes to c5, you know, making a block on a6 and attacking this rook on d7. So, for example, after rook c7 it will be knight a6, as we discussed before. So, yep, these blockade pieces in the light squares. Remember this first part of the sentence. considering dark squared bishop from g3, it will be very solid for the black. Let's continue this variation. For example, rook c7, knight goes to a6 with a threat, so rook b7, f6, e5, interesting idea, but that's a border for the king, right? f6 computer recommends, he says nothing special here. Of course you can try to attack somebody, I improve my king, whatever. Rook b2 is dangerous because your pawn right now without protectors, and it can be the problem with her. For example, after this trade-off, the position is totally equal. Maybe something in black's favor. I'm not sure about that. Me, totally not sure and everything. Computer changed his mind regularly, so I don't believe him now. But in any case, you know, this terminology like pawn islands in the chess. So pawn island, I'll tell you about this, but right now after the rook e1 was king g6 and white resigned. So very unlucky beginning of the tournament for Vahidov Shamsiddin, because he lost his previous game, he lost this game, and right now he has only half of a point after the 3 rounds. Very hard to live with it, because this tournament is very strong. But to be honest, they are strong grandmasters. They get used to different situation in their tournament life. It can be terrifying tournament, or, you know, brilliant tournament, legendary, the best of his life, whatever. It can be whatever. So all of you need is patience. You should continue your lessons, continue your preparations, and continue trying to do your best. So that's the point. 2 games left right now after 3 hours and 30 minutes. So time is running out sometimes. What about that game? It was really played, so rook goes to c7. Computer says that black has a lot of options to continue the game. One of them is knight a6, of course, I said you about that before. So knight a4 is interesting too, because we interfere the rook from a2, and our opponent should think about it. It looks like we win the pawn, right? Am I right? I am right. Yep. I really didn't see it before, because computer gives the equal evaluation of every variation for the black. But right now, if we are trying to think like a human beings, it's very good opportunity to black, you know. Goes to knight, goes to knight, goes knight to a4, interfering the rook, and after that taking this pawn. So, for example, rook a3, computer commands, takes here, rook e3, e6 or something like that, bishop e5. What's happening? What's the idea? Why we should take it? For example, I want to just stay in the center. This bishop from our 5th board. You know, when you have a bishop and rook endgame, these bishops on the f3 and f6 is very dangerous for the king, because they controlled all lufts, and after that your opponent has an opportunity to create something in the back rank, like here. You remember that guy on f3? Yep, you remember him. So right now, without f6, the position of white is totally okay. But if black did it earlier, it can be more dangerous for the white. Because you know this line, but white need, some moves, and after this maneuver, for example, all problems will be behind. So maybe if nothing will happen in the next 3 moves, this idea will stop all this suffering with back rank mates. Okay. So right now, knight f1, it's the first step to escaping from the weak position on the back rank. The evaluation is 0.0 as in previous times, so right now it's a 39th move. That means that after that move they will have the second period of time. So right now white has only 5 minutes, but after the next move it will be 55 minutes. It's enough to think, so everything under control. Black has 21 minutes right now, but after the next move it will be 71. After the next 2 moves, to be true. As for the 5th board, let's return. So time to thinking, of course. 33rd move right now is a rook c7, attacking this weak pawn on the c6. What's the problem with the knight a4? Can it be some kind of problem or not? Maybe if there are no problems here, it's time to do it. Or what's... let's check it. Not check, let's calculate it. Here, takes, here. Computer says that it's just time, to sacrifice something back. For example, rook f5. Of course, your opponent can take your pawn, but you are protecting here. So it's okay. Takes. Bishop e5. No, you don't know who is the better attacker here. This fork, these ideas. Maybe your previous move can be rook takes f2. Sorry, it was a fault. It was a mistake. Okay. So, rook g1 seems logical because you go away from the check from f2 square, and something like maybe knight c3 in this case too, because this pawn is not hanging, and bishop d6, the threat of discovered attack. King g7, I would play the same, check, return, and we have 3 times repetition. Why not? Everyone is happy. Especially me, joking. So right now, it's really far from that position. Right now, it's time for the black to count in everything. Knight a4 or not knight f4? What's a good question? As for other opportunities, knight a6, preparing for the next fork. For example, after rook b7, it will be a knight b4. Oh no, sorry. Knight b4 isn't working. White has a pin in this situation, and after c5 it will be check with a trade-off, and black has nobody comfortable to stop our pawn from the promote. So, for example, this variation is losing for the black. Yep, so everyone should be careful until your clock stops. In any case, so a lot of advices that I give free for you. You can use not only in chess, but in real life too. Wisdom from me goes to the world. Perfect. So, 12 minutes more to the 12 minutes in Tabatabaya means clock. So right now everybody thinking. So tiredness, it's the best friend of chess player. So after first 3 hours, they just starting to check every variation more time. They just concentrate more and more. This hands on the hand, it's a sign of tiredness. Because usually, if person feel, good, relaxed, ready for the calculation, he can sit like here with, straight back and hands on the table, or even in the back of the chair like that. You just sit like me. I'm relaxed because my job hasn't high stakes. I can make a mistake, and after that it will be useful for our stream because we can figure it out and learn something new. But the player has a lot of responsibility. Yep, you remember money fund, right? So every move should be calculated very carefully. That's the reason why they sit in the table with head in their heads and thinking. Yep. So 10 minutes. 10 minutes, something will happen. I feel it. Something will change after the next move of black. What it will be? Let's check the first board. So h5. After the king f1, it was h5 move. Maybe with this idea. If black managed to put their pawn on the h3, their position is getting better, because this pawn on h3 is potentially passed pawn in the endgame. There are some maneuvers of bishop with going here and take it. There are some maneuvers of king potentially going here and take it. There are some sacrifices with bishop on the g3. So maybe the number of problems for white is getting bigger right now. White has only 2 minutes, to count something. And the position is getting really more nervous. If you ignore something, like king e1, it can be h4. Computer says that it's nothing really dangerous. You can just take it. But as for human, we are ruined all our pawn structure. Rook e8 was played in the game, and I just want to ask, what will be after the h4 idea? Of course, h3 is dangerous, so you should take it. And this bishop has a place for the maneuver. f6 idea right now is possible. This variation exists because of rook d6 takes check, and white has an opportunity to interfere from the check. Thank you, because I had a question. What's happening like something? But yep, bishop from c3 is ready to interfere on the e5. Ivan. Ivan is a Russian name. Ivan. So e1. Big difference. Okay. Right now black's turn, black's move, so as for f6, it's not working. As for other opportunities, the evaluation is 0.0. But my prediction that this game will be long, 2 hours more, because the difference between the ratings are big. That means that Sadbani Raunak will play till the end. He will looking for the chances in every situation, because his rating is 20 points more than Nestor Farseni's one. So, in chess language, it means that rating favorite, who Sadbani Raunak is, wants to have the first place, of course. More money, higher place. But you need to win someone. But who? For example, if you make a draw with the last number of the ranking list, you have a logical question. So, why you will find opponents to win. That's the reason why this game will continue by the next 2 hours. Right now you can see in your cameras from the tournament hall, then Tabatabai Amin high his hand in the air. Maybe that means that he needs help from the doctor. As you can see, he has a problem, healthy problems. So from the first day with his leg, it was an accident when he stand from the chair and his leg wasn't ready for that, and it was something with long-term problems. So right now he is moving with help from the doctor's team. Yep, chess player is very dangerous job if you don't know. So the amount of your insurance can growing up after this case. Yep, King h7 is the top engine move, as computer says. I really do not understand what the goal of this move. Let's try to find it together. Or not. Okay, what's the problem of f6 move right here? No, it's possible. Not a problem. Takes, check, goes here, and takes. What's different with King h7? What's a good question? So maybe the idea is not f6? What else? h4 maybe? Takes. Bishop goes here for take something. And check. What's next? No, I cannot find the really reason to this move, to be honest. Hard. What they want to do? King h7. Computer recommends it. The Raunak did it. For what? Maybe the next moves will tell us how it works. Maybe the continue of that idea will show us the main point. I hope so. But I'm not sure, because to be honest, the first line of computer is rook c8, king g6. He's sure the situation is equal, so he just trying to create something like free time repetition, to fix this game with a draw. It can be a comfortable situation for the commentator, but as for this game, I am 100% sure that will be a long game. As I said before, 2 hours more or more than 2 hours more, because everyone wants to win. As you can see, the flag in White's clock was falling down, but don't believe your eyes. After the 40 moves, it will be the second period, so this type of clock is unique. Sometimes it can be scary, but yes, to have more time in your clock, you need to let him down, let them down, let him down. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. So, 50 more minutes. It means like a whole hour. So much time. Time is a countless noun, so we use much time. And many pieces, but much time. Oh, another bishop who tried to control the Luft. Glad to meet him. So, after the rook a2, it was knight c5, and in this situation, black decided to choose a rook a4, maybe to you now exchange all the pieces and fix the draw. This pawn a5 in this variation is keeping alive because right here you have not an opportunity to take the pawn, but after f6 or something like that, will be what? Bishop d4, taking the pawn. So black has an extra pawn and unlimitless opportunities to capitalize it into the victory. So what's the problem? Maybe there are no problem in this position at all. So computer of course said that the evaluation is 0.0, as you would imagine, as you would expect it, because every time that I pronounce evaluation, it's typical thing, 0.0 for today. But king e8 is enough too. Just go away from the checkmate. That's a forcing move. That's the reason why I analyzed it in the first time. But knight e8 is okay. Takes. The number of pawns is equal in this situation. To be honest, after f6 and something like bishop d4, it will be the same position with transposition. When variations give the same result by different moves. So why not? Black has one pawn island. Yep. In my previous time, I didn't finish my topic with a pawn island. If you are interested, or if you are not, whatever. So, pawn island is a group of pawns who stay near themselves and trying to protect themselves. So, this pawn stays on adjacent files. That means that it's one pawn island. And right now, white has a free pawn islands in the left side, in the center, in the right side. So that means that pawn structure of black is better than white's pawn structure. In this particular case, it doesn't really matter, because this bishop is better than the knight in the edge of the door. In the edge of the door. In the edge of the board. And bishop usually better than knight when we're talking about opening positions. But in total, it's better to have one pawn island, or two at least, but not free. Isolated. Black prefers a king e8 in this situation. So they went away from the checkmate schemes, and right now it will be the pawn exchange. After the rook takes c6, it will be rook takes e5, a5. It's my not prediction, of course. What's happening here? Bishop d4. If black will return to the g6, it will be 3 times repetition. This idea with spin, of course, doesn't work because of promoting here. So in the next move, this bishop is ready to return on c3. The white's position is very solid and reliable, so everything under control. They have enough time, the both players I mean, enough time to don't be scary of great blunders or something like that. That usually happens in time trouble situation. No, that's not our case, so everything is okay. As for the last board, so 1 minute in white's clock, 6 minutes in black's clock. They have 37th move, 3 moves before the time control. So takes, and bishop keeping alive by going to the d4. King d7. Yep, logical, natural move, because we improve our king and trying to help our knight. But knight on a4 seems a lazy piece, because our bishop on d4 is dominating, totally dominating. He, controls all these squares from b6 to b2. And this knight like, I want to jump over the borders, but they are pinned me. This type of pin, we can call it like pin. Pin in chess, not only it's line tactical idea, but this is, so why not? Egbert Tartakover says that knight in the rim is dim, or something like that. So right now you can see the case. Knight in the rim is dim. Okay. 32 seconds. Be careful. If you have a time trouble position, the better way is, keep all of your pieces protected. But right now, after the bishop e3, this knight is not so... But really, he's not suffering guy, because he has a c5 square even in previous time. For example, after king e2, he can go here. He can go here. Or not. I just want to check. Usually this pawn structure with that kind of pawns, sometimes it can be dangerous. I want to check this terminology, how these pawns called. Distant pawns. Distant? Outlying? Further. I prefer distant. Distant passed pawn, sometimes using by the win of time. When your opponent's king take it, you can go to the other side of a board and take something in that side. But right here, so the whole situation looks like this pawn is so weak, so that's a 0.0. After the bishop e3, it was knight c5. So Tabatabai Amin calculated everything, and he is sure that in the end of the trade-off will be everything good for him. Yeah. So king e2 and knight goes to e6. Maybe this trade-off on c5 was interesting for the white. Because right now, the engine said that it's a theoretical draw, so everything under control for the white. But after the king e2, this position with lot of pawn islands, yep. So it can be problematic, because you the whole time should control all of your pawns with a bishop, or somehow this king is more active than your opponent's. Who knows? Yep. The knight e6 move was played in the real tournament. So the position is not so easy as it seems. Got it. As for the first one, they did something. Bishop goes to h6. Of course, nobody wants to 3 times repetition. Just chances, looking for chances. This bishop creates a border from the white's king, so right now our previous idea with going away from the back rank is cancelled. So king should stay here and suffer. But really not suffer, it's just my joke, because black rook cannot go to the first rank. After rook c7 it will be just bishop c3 without great problems for everyone. 0.0 in any line, and right here that's not so drawish. The computer says that the position generally in black's favor. because their knight is better than white's bishop. You can see how quickly everything is changed, right? So, for example, 4 moves ago we discussed that this bishop dominates in the center and control all of these squares by these diagonals. What a perfect piece, everything is perfect, but in time problem, bishop returns to the e3 and everything is changed after just 2 moves. Right now, this bishop doing nothing, but this knight has places to maneuver on g7, on f5, and attacking this isolated pawn on the h6. So it can be comfortable for black. We remember that yesterday Amin Tabatabai won his game. He is a leader of tournament right now after the second rounds. So who knows, maybe he might win the next game and, threaten his leadership. Okay, so after the 4th move, Vallejo Pons lost his time, to have more 50 minutes. And right now we will have the second period of playing. Of course, I want to remind you a time control in this tournament. So every player has 100 minutes in default in the beginning of the game. After every next move, they have a time increment, 30 seconds, typical thing. And after the 40 moves, they have second control, 50 minutes more. So that means that natural game can unfold for 5, 6, 7 hours. For example, if it will be 120 moves in the game will continue for 7 hours. 7 hours. Just hear it. 7 hours of thinking on the board. I think after that, all the dreams, like dreams when you see when you sleep, will be about chess. Rook takes knight, king takes rook. So that's a chess plot in your dream. That's really a strange thing in English language. That's a dream when you sleep, and you dream when you want to do something. It's a one word, so it's confused so much. For example, you might tell your friend about your horrible dream this night, and he might think that it's your dream and, help to create it in real life, for example. So context affects on everything in our life. Okay, after the knight e6, everything has enough time to calculate variations and maybe decide something new. Whatever, this idea is really typical for the knight, find a better place to attack weaknesses. Here, potentially c2 is weakness too, but right now rook is keep everything, so it's not a problem. As for the first board, white plays bishop e3. Interfering the bishop. The idea of rook e8 is, preventing the pawn break with f6, because this pawn is unprotected. So 0.0, but after this taking, the position is better for the white, like a whole pawn. Interesting. For example, rook c7. So knight will be better than a bishop, and don't forget that white has an extra pawn in this game. So if all the checkmated ideas will disappear, then extra pawn will stay in the board, so it means an advantage. That's the reason why right here Black has two moves, you know, to continue the game. The first one is bishop g7. The second one is rook c7. Takes, takes. Rook c8. Yeah, this opportunity helps white a lot, so they are not risky in this situation. So, after 4 hours of playing, free game have finished, 2 game left. After the short break, 10 minutes as usual, we will return to the stream and continue analyzing our games. For those who just joined us right now, I want to remind that we are in the third round of 22nd International Karpov Chess Tournament. So, right now 4 hours have passed and we have only 2 games of 5 left. So, let's check it. One game is the first board between Sathwani Raunak and Nestorov Arseny, and the second one is fifth board between Tabatabai Amin and Vallejo Pons Francisco. So, I'm interested about this game because we analyzed it before the break. So, it was my variation. You remember that if you see a board with light mode right here, that means that this position was in real game. If you see the board in dark mode, like here, so that means that it's our imagination, we just analyzing, but it is not happen in the real life. It doesn't happen in real life. So after the bishop e3, it was black's turn, and Raunak preferred to go away, to went away bishop g7. And after that, Arseny went back to the d4, so it sounds like offer a draw. This 3 times repetition can be easily, so that's the second time. That was the first one. This was first time when this position happens in the board in 41st move, and after the repetition it's 43rd move. So very interesting. What will Raunak choose? As for the fifth board, as computer says, the advantage of black is getting bigger. Not so big, not enough for the winning, but enough for think of winning. So rook goes to the second rank. Maybe this maneuver of knight is really good for them. So. After the 40 moves, the white has a second control, the black hasn't. So right now, Tabatabai Amin has 52 seconds, not 52 minutes. You understand what I wanted to say. So this time is not real time, it's just time before the second control, so it's not a time trouble. It's previous meanings. Okay. So, knight g7, knight f5, am I right? In this situation, Raunak Sathwani, who is a rating leader in this tournament, who has 44 minutes, to check whether it's the right decision to agree with a draw. Computer says it's totally right decision because the evaluation is 0.0. Of course, f6 opportunity exists, but after that takes. Not here. Sorry, not here. Here firstly takes. Rook takes d6, and rook d8 to offer a trade-off. This line is interfered by the bishop without problem, and yes you know, the endgame with opposite color bishops is the most drawish in the chess theory, so everything is okay for everyone. But remember that white has an extra pawn. There are no chances to capitalize it. No questions. But maybe that's the reason why it's good way for the black to, agree for this repetition. Okay, got it. And right now, after king f3, there are a lot of ways for the black to continue the game, but right now I highlight the only one, with this maneuver of knight, because knight on e6 doing nothing. Usually, one more time, dark bishop dominates in this position, because he really prevents all movement of the knight. But after the knight g7, knight f5, it will be better for the knight. Better for the knight sounds strange, because as you know in English language, knight who was a horse and knight, who was a part of the day, has a similar pronouns. I want to say the same pronouns. So sometimes you should hear the context very carefully. In the opposite case, you should misunderstand something. Rook a3 with a pin. Okay, maybe it's only my problem, but every time when I say the word pin, I think about the penguin from the cartoon. Yep. Sorry, we have a serious things. Severe things. But sometimes, you know, moments from my childhood, going outside. Yep. After the rook a3. Maybe that's time to return on the e2. In every pair of the opponents, one of them are relaxed, you know, sitting in the back of the chair and walking in the tournament hall, and another one sitting near the board, make hands under his head and thinking. In the pair of Tabatabai and Vallejo Pons Francisco, Tabatabai is relaxed, Vallejo Pons Francisco is thinking. In the other pair, between Satvani Raunak and Nestor Farseni, Raunak is thinking because his turn. Now, from the whole period of game, he's trying to find something. And Nestor Farseni is relaxed. Today, I'm watching them in the cameras from the tournament hall as you. We do it together today. So, it's interesting. Fun fact. If after king e2 it will be a maneuver with... no, it's not a fun fact. I thought about the fork, but right now black has an opportunity with knight d5, king d5, sorry. So, nothing is working totally. Okay. After rook a3. What about c3? Interfering everything. You know, the good point is right now the pin is disappeared, the bad point is nothing. So, am I right that he did it? Yep. In the same moment when I'm in stream, says something like, there are minuses? Nothing. He just did it in the same time, really in the same second, like he heard me and okay, if commentator with an engine said that, so that means that really this move is safe for me. Sounds good, right? So maybe I affect on the world, you know. Everything that I tell, it means something for the world consequences. Did you know about that? What's happening in this? Yep. In this game, Raunak Sathobani repeat the position after the bishop h6. After the bishop e3, he had only two options. The first one is continue the repetitions and fix a draw. The second one is find something else here, but what else? So this trade-off is not scary for the white because their king has a luft and this open lines is controlled by the rook from c8, so it's not a big problem. As for the rook c7, the same thing, so takes, controlling this square, takes, and rook c8. So I feel this game will finish after the next two moves. What do you think? Do you agree with me or not? Whatever, I haven't a chat, so I'm not able to read your answers. But maybe it's a mental connection, huh? So, right now Arseny decided to think everything one more time. In previous time he played quickly, but now he has 44 minutes in his clock, so it's a comfortable time to calculate all these variations again. Maybe his opponent prepares some trap after the bishop e3, who knows? Everything should be checked. Okay, in this game after c3, Tabatabai is continuous thinking, so explainable idea. He has a potentially better piece than his opponent, so maybe after 50 moves it sounds like a victory, or not. So there are no other variations. Remember that. I want to finish my sentence correctly, but I forget the typical English word. Except. There are no variations except check it in the real life. Except, of course, because exception of the rule and except easily. And it will be very fun. For example, if right now Arseny says something like, no draws in this position. I want to play, for the victory, because I have an extra pawn. So, go ahead. Everyone. Just, everything can be happen. See? I don't know what I wanted to say. 46 minutes in the black's clock. So, Tabatabai thinking. I think is not very comfortable with this leg when you all the time need a special chair for the painful leg. But as I said you yesterday, usually if you have some trauma in the chess tournament, it helps you. Every time when in my tournaments I had a trauma, I had to win after that, yes? So my best result was after a great emergency, It was a full kettle with a hot water. We prepared tea to the evening, and somehow another person take this kettle to my legs, so everything was very painful. I'm just, was, we can say, upset of the situation, but the last 2 rounds of the tournament I win, so that gave me a second place in the Euro Championship. Yep. That's not my best, achievement in my life, not. But I'm not really often makes a trauma, so every time when I has it, it was something good. Other traumas was in the, small tournaments, and these results mean nothing in the scale of my whole life, but. So I will be not surprised if this tournament will be very lucky for the Tabatabai. Yep, because it's tradition. Tradition, and you cannot fight with traditions. Maybe if your body feel pain somehow, your body will make a focus on the goals that you do, like special hormones in your brain. So I am not sure how it works because I'm not a biologist. I'm just an amateur of these things. But sounds like a true. Anyway, in this situation, the next 43 minutes, everything can be fixed in this moment. So, and right here, the same situation. I want a chat right now, to discuss it with a human alive, with a live person. Because right now I'm talking to myself and, my eternal voices have the same meaning. So everything is told. Okay. As for this situation, I would play bishop e3 to fix that draw, because extra pawn is good, of course, but this back rank with this king, oh, compensation is enough, and Aegean says the same. As for the fifth board after c3, I want to play knight g7 right now. Oh, sorry, it was a mistake, because in the end of the variation, white will have a... what? Really, usually, the main piece who likes to create forks is knight, but in this situation, bishop is so better in this action, so. After that, whatever. Especially after the knight e6, for example, protecting this pawn, knight d3, equality, one more equality, with the evaluation of 0.0. Yep. Because white has an extra pawn, of course, but black has a compensation using active king on d3. So everything is okay for the both players. And this variation is possible too for everyone. Okay, right now we have a first time when the both players sitting on the board with, hard work of calculating at the same time. Joking, but not so joking, because before that moment usually one person trying to create something, but his opponent going by the tournament hall, drinking a water, watching perfect pawn structures. I mean, there are a lot of pieces in the tournament hall, as you can see, staying near the walls, like how many? 40 centimeters, something like that, maybe more. So it's knights, bishops, kings higher, because they're kings. So they're standing left from the scene and right from the scene, and you can watching it. So you have a sign of Yugra in the center of tournament hall. It looks like rhombus, with special things in the corners of rhombus. So another interesting detail, you found the way to spend your time. So it was a bishop e3. Yep, I've seen it. Bishop goes away to the g7. No, yep. And the arbiters came to the players to sign the papers, because that's a draw. Technically, okay. 3 times repetition, as you know. In chess rules, 3 times repetition means a draw. So the game has finished. Amin Tabatabai is watching at this process of taking the pieces in the initial position and signing the blanks. And right now there is only one game left. As you can see, all papers in chess tournaments has two details: up detail and bottom detail. So when you write down your moves, the handwriting, the letters copied and the same at the both details. After the finish of the game, the arbiter takes the upper thing to the, envelope with documents, and the participants take the bottom detail to themselves. Of course, all of them remember their games after they finish them, because they're grandmaster, they have good memory, but it's tradition. This type of papers using in the children championships, and it's very useful because children's trainers can look at that and say, what do you play right here? Blunder, blunder, blunder. So right now you know how it works. Yep, it was knight goes to g7. This maneuver happens. Knight on f7. It's a great piece. Who attack h4, weak pawn, and protect e7 pawn. So why not? The evaluation is minus 0.3, as we predicted. Or not? Really? I thought that the longest game in this round will be the first board. But right now I was wrong. As I said to you before, today is not my very lucky day, because a lot of mistakes, a lot of problems sometimes in life, so it happens, but we need to be more careful about our words and thoughts and everything else. As you can see, between Amin Tabatabai, there is a schedule in the wall. So it's an electronic device with a schedule of games. As you know, this tournament is placed with a robin round system. That means that every player will play. Every player plays. Every participant plays with other chess players. Whatever, I want to need more synonyms in English language. Anyway, I hope you know that in the chess tournaments there are different schedule systems. There are the most popular of them is Swiss system. It uses when you have a lot of participants in the tournament. So the main rule of Swiss system that participants who has the same number of points play each other. And there is a robin round system. Robin round system. That means that every player plays with his opponent in the round, in the circle, with everyone. So 10 participants, 9 rounds. That means that everybody will play with everybody. It's very fair system, and it's using in the strong tournaments with small number of participants. Okay. Right now I will start to tell you the history of chess, or the history of a world, starting from the big explosion, or how it's called. Because right now it's the only one topic that I can make for you. Thank you. Okay. As for this position, let's try to win something after c4. Right now I cannot make a fork. After c4 my bishop will be pinned, right? I should try to understand something. At least something. So, can I make my screen brighter? It's an interesting question. Because I cannot find, button with sun in my keyboard. And I'm afraid of touching something else. Because I had this problem in the beginning of the stream when I touched something and I lost my possibility to move the pieces near the board. So I'm just be very careful about that. So maybe it's just in the end of the stream my eyes something like, perfect. But I really want to make it brighter. So bad sign, very bad sign, I think. Whatever. As for this position, the computer said that one of the opportunities for the white is make a check and c5, going ahead, going to the promotion. After c7 it will be it will be king d. Yep. And what the reason? We sacrificed our position, this guy. What the idea? What the strange idea it was? So maybe it's better to stay on c3, you know, to be alive. 27 minutes in white's clock. Promising? Not so promising, but. So, right now, we figure it out that movement of the pawn to the c7 is a bad idea for the white, because opponent's rook from the c3 and king from the d7 can stop it and take it. And that's all. Right? So, for example, if I want to stay here and protect everything, trying to protect. The rook endgame is the second place of drawish endgames in the endgame theory. That means that this thing with extra pawn of black is quite comfortable for the white, because it's enough solid, you know, to keep to the draw. Okay, as for the very unclear, but very interesting. So, this pawn can be attacked by the knight, right? Right. Have we got a chance to save something somehow? c4 is interesting, of course, because after that the rook don't attack our pawn in the c3, right? But this idea is continuing. Goes to this side. No, I'm not sure, because black has enough time, you know, to make this small maneuver and improve their rook to the 4th rank without problems. Knight f5, it will be the next move, so all the pawn structure is totally ruined. So yeah, it's very hard for white, you know, finding a way to keep everything alive. I can say that it's impossible, you know, mission impossible with Tom Cruise. No, with Balieja Fons Francesco. What's part of Mission Impossible it will be? Maybe the 9th or 10th or something like that. I do not remember. I just watched the first movie, maybe the second. So it will be something like that. When you should, you know, doing something magic to save that. Computer says that right now evaluation is quite reliable, like minus 0.2. 0.2. It's not and another sound, interesting, okay. So minus 0.2, it's something like a draw. But the point is, the black's position can be improving with every move long time. They can make a lot of maneuvers with their knight. make a rook to this part of the board, attacking this pawn. Their king can go here or somehow else. So white haven't enough pieces to protect everything. What do you think about king g4 right now? Computer says king e6 give us problems, but as for me, king e6, I really don't understand the sense of this variation. As for the knight f6, f5, we are going away from the pin, and it may. What do you want? 5 hours and 40 minutes are past. Yep, sometimes it's hard, to say something clever. No, cleaver is a grass that rabbits eat, right? Cleaver. Violet flowers. Yep. Something intelligent. Let's rephrase every hard phrases, to be understandable at least. As for this position, I wanted to suggest you a bishop d4 opportunity, because this rook endgame is okay, but after e5, it will be check and esquiver. Haha. Okay, after f6, with the same idea. h5, with pawn break. 22 minutes, c4 check. Okay, interesting, but after king e5, the problems with c-pawn will stay in the board, right? Because we have not a good opportunity to promote this pawn on the c8. After the rook c3, rook will stay behind the pawn, as ancient textbooks recommends us, and everything. So, do you know the story of Zigbert Tarash, who firstly read an article about rook endgames? If you do not know, I will tell you that. So, in ancient times, one day, the Grandmaster named Zigbert Tarash read an article to the chess magazine, and as you can understand, that was a time without computers, without something, and all chess materials were in the books, in the paper libraries, in the magazines, in the 9th century. So he read it, and the main point of the article was the rule of play in the rook endgame. The main rule was, if your opponent, or you, whatever, has a passed pawn, you should put your rook behind this pawn. That's all. Of course, because if your own pawn, your rook will help it. If that's opponent pawn, your rook will stop it. In the next month, the factory who published that article in the magazine has a letter, envelope with a letter. So the editor of the magazine opened this envelope and read a response from the subscriber of magazine, like, I played a game with your advices and I lost my game, so look at the position. In this position, it's very, bad decision to put a rook behind the passed pawn, so you are not right. You should tell about that me before, but it was your advice. I stick to your plan, and after that I lost my game, so look at that. Okay, in the next magazine, in the next month, the Zigbert Tarash edit his article and send it again. So in the second version of article was the same rule, but with one element. So it sounds like, if your opponent has a passed pawn or you have a passed pawn, whatever, you should put your rook behind the passed pawn only in case when it's useful. So. Right now it's a joke from the chess world, and you know that. As for the position, Tabatabai goes by his king to the e6 from the check. The e6 square is very useful for the king because after c5, c6 and c7 this king is ready for the, help black rook to catch the pawn on the c7. Check on the c6, creating a border to the king, am I right? So king d7 looks natural. What else? King e5 is okay too, but after that will be the next check. So who knows what will be chosen? Right now, during my stories from the chess life, the time of players is running out sometimes, so Vallejo Pons Francisco has 22 minutes in his clock, and Tabatabai has 36 minutes in his clock. So if you are interested, Tabatabai, as Iraqi citizen, has two names. So is his second name. The first name is Muhammad. So more correctly said that he is Mohammed Amin Tabatabai. Yep. I know that because I'm prepared for that stream. But right now it will be a long pauses anyway. So I thought that his hand was, under the board. He wanted to do something, but after that he changed his mind and put the hand down. So maybe it will be the second attempt to go king d7 or not. My prediction is king d7. Yep. What do you think about king d7? Computer says that king d7, like a king e5, goes to the evaluation of -0.4. So black has an advantage, like a half of a pawn. It is not enough to win the game, as I said before, but it's enough to think about that, dreaming. So we will look how game unfolds. Maybe in some time something will change. Of course something will change, because our whole life is changing. So right now I talked with a friend about changes in our life, and we have a discussion about job. For example, if you continue your job place in the same place, the same tasks, the same period of working for the years, it is good or bad? I'm sure it's bad, because the part of human beings is changes in the work, in the family, in the health, in the wisdom. Sometimes, of course, there are no wisdom, but most of human really feel it after some years. Me, not, of course. No, I'm like a teenagers who wants a, I don't know, potato free and something like that. As for the changes, it's necessarily a thing in human life and in chess life too. So the game should finish by 3 times repetition, or something will be changed. Is predictable. So check. Half an hour plus 22 minutes. So that means that the next hour we might have the same position. It will not be a problem because I know a lot of chess stories and I will tell you it without pauses. I hope. Or with. Why he so relaxed if it's his turn? I don't understand. If everything is clear for you, so make a move. If the position is unclear, so thinking. But you know, it's easier to play when you control everything because you know that whatever black will choose right now, it doesn't affect the whole evaluation. Of course, grandmasters feel that this position is better for the black. Their knight is more ready for the maneuvers and lot of pawn islands here, here and here, and very hard to the pieces, you know, protect everything. So yes, it was knight, it's king d7. So king d7. King d7. After the rook b6, it will be border from the rook. For example, rook goes to c3. c5, I want to do that. No, it's not working after knight f5. Your opponent will take here and take here. Lot of problems. Okay, I believe you. Lot of problems mean lot of problems. Why not? So, something was in the game, right? They are writing down something. I see it. It was. Haha. Did you see that? So, arbiters and volunteers has a special. It's volunteers, yep. Volunteers has special white T-shirt, and in the same time, two volunteers came from different sides of, you know, camera thing, and go right here, 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 and in the same time here, here, like like two cars in the, you know, two-way road. Interesting, interesting. So rook goes away to the c5. I have a question. What will be after the king d6? Maybe it will be that check. Maybe. What else? Time to continue. Okay, rook goes to c5. For example, I want to play knight f5 to attack this h4 pawn. Oh, that's the idea. Computer's recommendation is h5 right here. I like it, because our rook on the 5th rank controlled this square, and right now it's like a deflection. I hope I remember the right chess terminology, or I will be ashamed. So h5, trade-off, and after that we have an equal rook endgame. It's a chance for the keeping this position equal. Okay. So after the something like e6, it will be a check, or it will be a rook b5 with the idea of check, of course. Not very good for the black, because that's a basic pawn and they should protect it regularly, long temporary, endless. As for other ways to, you know, change something, rook a4. Okay, maybe check, maybe return. So, did you think that the word check have the same pronunciation like verb check? So check something or make a check. It's the same. Because when you make a check in the chess game, you like check the way your opponent's king will choose. Ah? Good version, huh? I think so. So check something. Check the king. Check the opponent's king. In ancient time, when people play chess for fun, not for money, it was a useful rule that when you create a check, you should say it out loud, you know? Like, make a move and say check. To your opponent, know that. Because if your opponent, you know, lost his king, you can just take it. Yes, in these rules. So, it was a gentleman's behavior, you know? Tell your opponent that you attacked his king. And the same thing was with queen. If you make a move when you attacked the opponent's queen, you should say out loud garde. Garde. Garde was a word that means attacking of the queen. So, if we're gentlemen, real gentlemen, we should play fair, without something traps or attacking, without saying that, you know, it will be fair play when you're winning by your skill of playing. Right now, this position in the board. Oh, Amin Tabatabai started to think. He gets closer to the table and trying to calculate something. Yep. Look at his eyes. It's tension. Okay. So, 22nd. 27 minutes. In his clock, I start to forget all of numbers in English language. Thank you. It's a sign worse than previous time. Yep. And, okay. Life is not even. Sometimes you forget the English numbers. Sometimes you read the Romeo and Juliet from Shakespeare in original version. Okay, it's not even, totally. So I am not upset at all. As for the position, what do you want to know about the variation? Right now I understand that that rook prevents a move like knight f5 because of idea of pawn break on the h file. Understandable? Yep. After the ideas of king, it will be check, goes away, and maybe I want to stay here, so nobody threatened me. But no, this idea is problematic. Computer recommends us to avoiding a pin, you know, by king e2 or something like that. After the knight f5 in this situation, we will have the same idea with pawn break. Because pawn is overloaded, it protects a knight and it cannot take us on h5. So that's the reason why that idea have a sense. So, staying on the 5th rank, going away from the pin, and everything will be okay. Maybe. Rook. He wants to play by the rook. He is watching his opponent. And he is ready. Now. He changed his mind. No, he is ready. No. It's a pendulum in real life. Do you remember this tactical idea? When, you know, your bishop, for example, goes to b4 with a check, and after that he returns to the e7. Yesterday I checked my translator, and translator answered that it means pendulum. When you go to the one side, and after that you return to the your previous position. So this, you know, movement of the head, it's like pendulum. Chess players has chess habits. Anyway, 5 hours of playing have passed, and we have a tradition. Every hour makes a break. So let's continue our tradition and make the next break. After that, If this game will continue, we will continue and finish everything as we should do. So, short break. Okay, let's continue. During our break, it was only one move, if I didn't make a mistake. So, after the rook a4, it was an interesting moment. King goes to the queen side. So, king e2 was responded by the white. So, right now, the answer of black is king d6, and that's our situation in the board right now. So, Vallejo Pons Francisco is thinking for the 5 minutes so far. But I want to check the simple way to continue. I want to explain to you one small detail. For example, as we said before, if you prefer knight f5 right now, it will be h5. This typical pawn break using an overloaded pawn g6. Yep. If you play king e6 with the idea of knight f5, it will be a check from the 6th rank. So that's the reason why right now black plays king d6. After the check, they will use a triangle of the king, here and here. And right now, white have not got a possibility of check from the 6th rank, and this idea is ready for using. As computer says, the top engine move right here, it's a rook c8. This evaluation like minus 0.4. After the other moves, the evaluation is worse for white, like minus 0.5 or something like that. So that's a small changes in our game, but there exist. No, but there are not. But they exist. Yep. Sometimes I remember the English grammar, but it takes energy. So don't be mad. It will be pauses in our stream. So typical situation after the 5 hours of speaking something intelligent. Or not. The first line of the engine looks like rook c8, knight f5 with the idea of taking, and rook h8. If you sacrifice this pawn, but the tradings, how it called? I forget English. So I will show you by the arrows, okay? So here, 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 rook endgame with one extra pawn is a theoretical draw. That's the reason why computer recommends us to go to h-file by the rook, because one trade-off of pawns means a draw. That's great task, that's great purpose of white in this position. So. Sometimes my buttons in the keyboard started to lag, and I realized that computer is tired too. Keep alive, keep alive. You can do that. Just do that. After the king d6, you should choose something. Okay. 12 minutes in white's clock, so I want to have one question. For example, no, I haven't. I answered it myself. So rook c8 with rook h8, it's a brilliant, to be honest, endgame idea, because you sacrifice your pawn on c4 and making a trade-off. What else? For example, check, king e6, And in any case, next move will be knight f5. Right here, the evaluation is so hard for the white. You cannot imagine. Like a whole pawn, maybe more. So this pawn is lost without compensation, and the whole situation getting harder for the white. Let's realize how it works. It's difference in the pawn structure. Yep, he have chosen the rook c8. Yep, I wanted to say about pawn structure. Right here, for example, if in the end of the variation we will have these two islands, and your opponents will be one user of Lichess, whatever. So, what I wanted to say, of course, this position with pawns e7, f7, g6 and f2 and c4, because the last of pawn will die, so it's very hard to defend, because your opponent has 3 against u1 in this side. And after one trade-off, it will be connected pawns who go ahead. It's very hard to fight with them. But if you can trade these pawns, it will be so easier for you to, defense. That's the reason why rook c8 is a top engine move, and Francisco Vallejo pawns have choose it. Yep, I want to check. Have chosen if this move has chosen by white, right? But in the other side, if you choose something, you chose. It's very difficult verb, to be honest. So, rook c8 was played. If you stays in the place, I will go here to protect my pawn. So, this idea will stopped, and rook h8 in the next move. So, that's an equal position. Looks like knight f5 is the only move who tried to create something. And right now, rook h8. Or a check from f4. Some variation of this. I would expect the rook h8. I think it's, humanly variation. Because task is straight as a rook. Our opponent will have an extra pawn after this capture. We want to trade these pawns to have an endgame with pawns in the same flank. Our opponent have one pawn island, we have one pawn island, so everything is logical and not so hard to defend, because every exchange of minor pieces in the end of this variation will mean a draw in rook endgame, book rook endgame. 10 minutes white has. My prediction is rook h8, but really I'm afraid of doing predictions today, because everything that I said was wrong, so nothing of that happens in the game. Maybe I should keep silent before the official move, in the stream. Maybe it affects something on the world rules. Interesting. So they are thinking rook hand goes to the piece. I feel that something will happen right now. And sometimes I want to give in comments in a chess tournament, like in a football tournaments, like Harry, no, rook go, hand go away. So what will be happened? It's very, game-changing situation, because you need find something or lose it. What's the tension in the air? What's nervous on their eyes? Very high stake tournament. Hang go away and Hang puts the rook on h8. Yes, it was. So right now, what will be next? After the rook takes c4, it will be a next trade-off of the pawns. If we ignore this trade-off, for example, after rook h4, it will be h6. And white has a victory, I think. No, it will not be h6. h6 is losing our game after king f6, because he goes away from the check, and after some moves, this bishop will be interfered and pawn will die. So, in previous move, it should be not h6 but rook d8 with the idea of taking. But after king c7 we cannot taking, but we can go to the f8, attacking this pawn. He takes us, we takes him. Oh. So, do you like a football style? During my speech, rook h8, rook takes c4 and h5 was played in the game. Interesting. The evaluation is keeping like minus 0.4 after g takes h5. But computer said that right now black has an options to looking for chances after king e5, for example. They should not, exchanging the pieces on e3 square. They should just continue their plans. And it is possible, but long. Right now, h5 is the 50th move of this game. So they have 50 minutes increment, and every person have 50 minutes after the 40 moves, and 100 minutes in default. That's the reason why right now it was 5 hours and almost half an hour more than we analyzing the chess. Can you imagine that? I hope no. h5. As for opportunities of black in that position, rook g1, it's understandable. Rook g4 I wanted to say. After this move, look at the hands. The top engine line is check, going away, rook f8, and right now, after this check, it will be take, capture. But, only one question. Why right here we cannot do the same thing without check? Rook f8, takes, and rook h8, and our rook get trapped on f7. Okay. So intermezzo is very important. We should make a check before we go to the pawn. Go for the pawn on f7. If we ignore this check, it will be collapse. Your rook will be get trapped on f7. So that's a good trap for the black. Maybe it will be in the game, maybe it will not. Who knows? 15 minutes in Tabatabaya Minsk clock. So time is running out. Even so long control can be finished. So he's calculating variations very, intense. I see how his head is going from left to right. It's just calculating. So, okay. Chess is a difficult type of sport. It seems like easier than hard athletics or, I don't know, hockey. But in real life, can you sit 5 hours or 6 hours in the chessboards and think something with a great responsibility of every move? No, that's the point. So, after h5, it's time to make a choice, hard choice. This endgame is predictable, so you have unlimited time, you know, to try and do something here. Of course, rook endgame is unpromising for the black in the question of winning, but these minor pieces can help, and like after king e5, this game will be continuing until tomorrow morning. I think so. I want to, I don't know, find a pillow for that event and give me comments every night. But if it will be something like rook h4, our game will finish more quickly. The one option is getting trapped right here after the rook h8, and the second one here, the only, and for example, after the rook h8, only one move can help white. So if you watch the stream right now, it's a tactical puzzle for you. Try to find the right decision for the white. Only one move, just one. So, if you are interested, you should prepare your bishop to the long diagonal, because your rook get trapped, it's a fact, and all of your chances connected with counter threat. So, if you find a way to attack the black rook in the corner, the rook should go away from the a8 rank or from the h-file, and you will find a way to escape from this trap. But you have two options to do that. The first one is bishop f4, the second one is bishop c1. So just two opportunities. Where is the difference between this? Really, if you watch them, I recommend you maybe put in the pause and spending some time counting this variation, because it's very interesting. I saw that in Engine Lines, and right now I think, yo, it's a good thing. So, where is the difference? After your threat to the black rook in the corner, the rook will go away from the corner with a counter threat. You know, threat, counter threat, counter threat, right? So, this move is losing the game. Let's continue the variation. King d7 with that idea, bishop e5 with that idea, and drum sounds, rook goes to h4. So, in the same moment, this idea is very dangerous for you, and if you're trying to escape it somehow, your opponent has an opportunity to trap your rook. That's all. But if you choose the variation with bishop c1 right here, that's an equal position. For example, king d7, bishop b2, and your opponent's rook cannot have a chance, you know, to make one more threat. For example, rook b8 with that idea, and something like rook c3 or whatever, h-file is free for your rook in the next move. That's the point. So, there are some interesting tactical opportunities in the end of the game, and it's so easy to miss it. Let's look at the game. 10 minutes. Right now, the amount of time in the black's clock and in the white's clock are equal. So, very intense battle. Right now, we have how many time? 8:30 a.m. That means that it's equal 5 hours and 30 minutes. I think this round will be about 6 hours. But it can be more, to be honest. right now it wasn't so much moves, to have so big increment. But if it's some time, they started to play quickly, for example, to 120 move, it can be more than 6 hours. Yep. Maybe players thinking. To be honest, during the game, players don't thinking about the time and weather and the girlfriend. Only about the chess. Yep. So, h5. 9 minutes. 9 minutes. All chess world is watching to this game. And in this particular case, Amin Tabatabai from the Iran. He is thinking and he should make a choice. Everyone sometimes should make a choice. And this choice cannot be easy. Sounds like a trailer for the movie, right? We need terrifying soundtrack in the back, like do 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 do. Somebody of us sometimes should make a choice. Do 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 do. And after that, it will be a horror when you buy a house in suburbs, a long house, and in the night you sound something strange. So, yep. Sometimes, not sometimes, in the previous year, I learned it to the, how it called, scripts guy, scriptsman, what, a scripts writer, yep. So this movie team with all soundtracks and trailers, it's close to me. That's the reason why I use it sometimes. Maybe in place do not suitable for that knowledge, but who cares? I think it makes our life better. So, to take or not to take? That's a Hamlet question for the black, because g take h5 gives more advantage for them, but it will be very boring endgame when you will capitalize your extra pawn from the center of the board for your centuries. After rook h4, it will be funnier, quicker, and equally. Yep. Why not? 6 minutes in the clock. The cameraman doing something with the camera, maybe to give us his face closer. He trying to interfere his face by the hands. It's hard to think when all chess world looking at you in the moment, and you know that. But yep. Sportsman life, it's not so easy as it seems, especially chess players' life. So, what will it be? What will be? Whatever will be, will be. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I forget this song, but I love it. It's about, every future is okay. So don't be nervous, just live your life, and you'll handle it. As for the position, I want to, improve my engine's depth to find more interesting facts from him. Right now, the engine stops in the depth like 29, but I want more. Go ahead. After g takes h5 in the 1 second, the advantage, his face are not very happy right now. I see that. Like, oh. I have the same face when, I don't know, I have untasty food. Like, what's cabbage. I want to shashlik. Something like that. 4 minutes in the same time. So the good news that after that great time spending, the next moves will be makes quicker. I like the speed, as you understand. Maybe blitz is not so really suitable hobby for the commentator, but who cares? If you play quickly, you can commentate in like a football guy, like, haha, from the queen side, this king goes to the h4, or something like that. But when you're thinking about the move for the last, I don't know, 15 minutes, it's hard to be an active commentator, right? But I'm trying, so read that in the documents. I'm trying to be unpaused. But sometimes, what sometimes? Interesting question. Massage for the head. Haha. It sounds fun, you know, when you're looking at the guy who tried to find something in the board. Maybe the word guy is not enough of respectful for the chess players. If it is, sorry, excuse me. I just now realized that it's suitable for the friends, but not very good for the top-level grandmasters in the official chess tournament. Yep, maybe. So, you know, circumstances after the like 6 hours of giving comments, of talking something, my English language became more familiar. And it's not very good news, but it's our reality. I will try to fix this bug in my language, and in the next time I will be more respectful using these words. Okay, so after the h5, 2 minutes in the clock. I feel tension in the air. You know, I feel tension in the air. Sounds like a line from the song, like, feel the magic in the air, la 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 la. What? Well, right now we have the same thing with the tension. One small detail, but it's changed everything. As for timing, 1 last minute. Okay, to be honest, 2 last minutes. And something will be happened. We are waiting of this moment. It's maybe something legendary, or blunder, or I don't know. Something else. 1 minute 20 seconds. Hard to solve a decision. You know, the whole situation is called him like he should win this game. Because yesterday it was a quick, brilliant game with winning, and today the opening and the first part of middle game was really good for the black. And right now it's feeling like our chances to win this game are disappearing, and it forces to feel nervous, like, hey, stop. You remember that Tabatabai, he is sitting on the board like relaxed in the back of chair, like, okay, my position is totally under control. And after that, everything was changed. The position started to become complicated. Yeah, it was g takes h5. So the process of capitalization will be loan. Takes back. Okay. Right now, of course, it's a bad decision for the black, you know, to capture these minor pieces. So, king e6, protecting everything, looks like logical. And right now it's time to think for Vallejo Pons Francisco. He has 10 minutes. It can be the first moment in the game when he has an advantage of time, you know? Every previous move, Tabatabai has more time in his clock. But right now, after this long thinking, from 18 minutes to 0 minutes, the time became better in the white. So rook h8, rook a4, it looks like reflex, because when you usually play the end games with the rooks, it's just a habit, you know, take your rook and go away from the place of fighting, because your rook likes opening files, and it's more safe for her staying farther from the king and from the knight. You know, avoiding forks, avoiding all this stuff. So f6. Black is creating a pawn chain in the dark squares to interfere in the bishop, maybe sometimes, to starting, you know, creating a passed pawn. So that will be a long process. As you know, the relation with rook against rook and knight is a draw. So black should create a passed pawn, but do not let white's bishop, you know, sacrifice for the last pawn somehow. It can be possible or not, I do not know. But the position is totally unrisky for the black. They has an extra pawn, they has a knight, so this game can unfold till tomorrow morning. As I said before, it's true, it's not a joke. Ladna. Ladna, it's a perfect Russian word, means well. So you can remember that. Maybe you will desire and start to learn Russian after that. So you already know Ladna, and other are simpler. Rook c5. Got it. They start to play quickly. 55 move in the board. So I think this move, king f7, needs to, you know, clean the way for the e-file pawn, because the main idea of black is creating a passed pawn, and to do it you should, you know, push your pawns ahead. So king goes away and preparing for the e5 idea. Okay. Rook d5, avoiding the e5 idea, because right now knight is hanging, so I think it will be knight e4. No. King g6, going ahead. Improve your king before the main fighting will start. That's a rule from the beginner's textbook of chess. And it's working, because when your fight will start, it will be very quickly, and your king should be ready for that moment already. He already should stand in the center or whatever where the fight unfolds. Okay, 56 moves in the board. I want to, you know, take computer on my knees to make it closer to my eyes. Every hour, closer and closer, but okay, it's not working because I have a lot of techniques here, so I should be closer myself. You know this phrase, like, if mountain doesn't go to the Mahomet, then Mahomet goes to the mountain. So that's my situation with this computer. Okay, rook d1. Continue to attacking this knight, preventing the e5 idea. And knight just go away to the f5. The evaluation is -0.4. from the last thing to this moment, the evaluation is the same. So. Oh, that's my table. Really, it's very, comfortable thing. As that's a worst sign when during the chess stream I'm trying to measure my table by the hands. What do you think about this moment? Maybe that means that 6 hours of streaming really affects on my mental health. I'm not sure. We will check it. So e5, pawn goes ahead. Pawn wants to become a passed pawn because they are really cost significantly in the endgame. e5. After rook b7 it will be king g6. He can go away from the check from the side and the trade-off of minor pieces is goes to the book draw. So Tabatabai doesn't want to do it. Okay, predictable, very predictable. So right now it's hard to play by the white, to be honest, because if you do everything right without any mistake, it will be a draw. But you cannot find the finish of your suffer. Your opponent can make, one more 100 moves, and every move will an exam for you. You should be accurate every move. It's hard to play. It's a, pressure, mental pressure. Knight f3, king f3, sorry. It was not common, natural decision. So, after knight e7, the evaluation is minus 0.5, because sometimes pieces interfering the pawns who want to get ahead, so that's the reason why knight should go away. Maybe, in my mind, the difference between these moves, that after, for example, knight h4, king e2 and f5, this rook can create a border or a checks. So, it's better to return, but it's just a, suggestion. Not suggestion. It's just my suppose. Yep. So, check. King g3, it will be f5 or not. No, f5 is a bad decision, because white has a perpetual check right here. Where? After the queen d5, it will be the next check. Okay. This pawn is hanging, so you should return. And one more check. For example, I goes rook f6. So that's not a threat, right? No, of course, because after these trade-offs, you will have an extra piece. From my first side, I calculated the variation with king h4, takes with discovered attack, and this pawn is promoted, but it's funny, okay. Of course, it's not working that level, so it's just a joke. As for two variations with king e2 and king g3, it seems equal, as computer says, so after every of this move, the evaluation will be like half a pawn in black's favor. Predictable? Okay. If I play this position in the high stakes tournament, I will choose the king e2, because, I'm afraid of tactical preconditions, and of course when your pieces stays behind stands and there is a square between them, there is opportunity for the pawn fork, and it's you need to calculate that every time, but it's hard to calculate because almost 6 hours of playing are passed, so more solid idea is going away. But in other side, maybe it's chance to looking for the counter threats. They take new papers because that was a 60s move in the board, and as you know, the standard paper document for chess player consists of 120 field squares for the moves. After the 60 moves in the board, this paper is finished and you need a new one. So it was king g3 grandmaster levels. They don't afraid of something. So king e6. Okay. What will be after the check and king f5? King f5 is not very bad decision because of the idea of interfering with f4. So it's a forcing opportunity to trade one pawn, and the final situation is a drawish. As I said you before, the ratio with rook against rook and knight is drawish, officially drawish, and when you trade one pair of pawns, the last pawn will be eaten by your bishop, even with a sacrifice, so the final amount of material is insufficient to the victory. Right now my hands wants to do something. I know that the reason is some kind of tiredness, but I really don't want to stop myself and sit like a, good commentator like here or something like that. No. I want to touch something, so it will be my badge of organizer, of commentator. In English language, by the way, it's my portrait from the tournament in previous year. So right now, color of my hair was different. Whatever. In the game, we have this situation. After the king e6, it was rook h1 with that idea. And computer doesn't like that move. He says, oh, our evaluation getting worse for the black. After the knight f5 and king f3, something has changed, and right now our position is not so drawish, so it was before this thing. Rook a3, it was the best move for the black, yep, top engine move, so they are right. And right here, a situation getting harder. I don't know why, let's check it. For example, the top engine line is rook h8, check, goes away, king f5 maybe, to go in here or here. No, the advantage is getting back. So, maybe nothing surprised. I don't know. Rook b1. Aha! More than a pawn. Wow. Minus 1.4. How it works. So, the top engine move right here is knight d4. For example, just king g2. Where is the idea? Aha! This maneuver for the king is free right now, so that's the point. In previous time, our king is blocked, this king somehow, but that's not our particular case, because in the game the Amin Tabatabai plays knight e7, and our evaluation is the same, minus 0.4. Okay. It's a place for the king, of course, but somebody should make a check for the king, because right now king from f3 is protected these light squares in the center. Okay, check. Go away. And maybe rook d6. You know, preventing this idea of knight and this idea of knight in the bonus. I think so. In the end of the stream, my predictions start working. Maybe I will be right in this particular example, so rook d6 seems logical because you prevent this maneuver of knight. Or something else, maneuver of knight. Knight. There is a knight in the street. We have knights in the night. Okay. Rook d6. Yep. So it was an unlucky predictions only in the first part of my day, right? And in the evening, I feel my strong and I try to guess the right answers. So this knight goes to f4 or h4 with the threats. Looks like that. Maybe we can go away in advance, you know, avoiding these checks from this side. Why not? Here or here is recommendations of engine. I just say it loud. For example, rook d8 is a bad, not so bad. Just the same half of a pawn. After the knight f4, no, it's okay, move totally. It was my first side because usually when you have a rook, you try to take it further from the whole place of fighting. Oh, king e2, it's a good move too. For example, after the check, our bishop will be glad to take here, and as you remember, the rook endgame with one extra pawn of opponent, it's a book draw, so in this case, that's not chances to do something after the trade of minor pieces. So, king stays on e2, and 6 minutes again against 3 minutes. Knight h4. This knight controlled the f3 square, you know, to avoiding returning back. But is a mouse with wings, you know? Rook b6 is enough, because after king e4 or king g4, it will be check from the side. So the situation isn't changed. 5 minutes in White's clock. Vallejo pawns Francisco thinking and decided to make a bishop b6 move. So the counter threat going to looking for weaknesses. Interesting. So, Amin Tabatabai has only 3 minutes and he should find a way to keep everything. As for the trade of rooks, if you want to ask that, it's totally okay for the white, because in the end of this stuff, it's totally a draw without chances. This pawn will be traded, this pawn will be taken by the bishop even with a sacrifice. So that's a typical situation. And right now, 6 hours of playing have passed. That means that it's time to make a break. Take a break. Take a break sounds better than make a break. Whatever. If the game will gets, you know, unpredictable earlier, I will go to the stream earlier. But typical thing, we'll meet each other after 10 minutes. Tactical shot! We have a tactical shot in the game right now. What an opportunity! Wow, 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 wow. Did you see that? So, if it's hard to understand what's happening from your side, I can explain to you. So, white rook from the queen side creates a check to the b4, and black responds with a check on the d4. So, check responds to check. How can you imagine that? It looks like Francisco Vallejo Pons missed this opportunity of the opponent. He calculates that in the end of his variation, the final position will be with the trade of rooks right here. Look at the board. So it was the bishop e3 and bishop d2 with the idea of trading. But king f3 is the only move for the black who can, win in the game. So check and goes here, but black gaining a space more and more. So right now the evaluation is minus 4.5. The last opportunity to white, to keep the situation was here after the rook a4 with the idea of king goes ahead. The only move for the white, not the only move for the white, one of the moves, it's bishop c5 with the same idea. Of course, right now, king e4 or king f4 is prohibited because of the fork and queen trades off. But this losing a tempo with this maneuver of bishop e3 and bishop d2 become decisive in this game. So you know that chess, it's a tragedy of one tempo, and right now this is the case. So really, if you prepare this idea with rook trades by bishop c5, it will be a draw. Maybe. No, the game will be continuing in that case. But after bishop e3 and bishop d2, it's totally losing right now. The evaluation is minus 4 or 3 pawns. So black has a great advantage right here. After 6 hours of, equal play, finishly black has an advantage, great advantage. So computer recommends us using a plan with f5 and f4. Let's check it, because we will have a rook end game after the trade-off. Now it's losing trade-off, losing rook end game because of a lot of threats. For example, staying here and f4 f3, right? With these ideas on the second rank. So 15 seconds was in the Amin Tabatabai's clock. Yes, he prefers this opportunity, f5. So it's a capitalization of extra pawn right now. Computer really sure that's no chances to defend this position. But who knows, who knows? 6 hours has passed, everybody is tired, and it can be a mistake from the both sides. Why not? You should play until the end. It's a sportsman thing. So, f5. Yep. Let's upgrade it. If it's happened in the game, what will be next? For example, if something like it's my blunder, not theirs, mine. Everybody wants to create a blunder except of everybody. Yep, I'm an unlogical person. 2 minutes left in the game, in the white's clock. So time is running out. Everybody's time trouble. So Amin Tabatabai has 43 seconds, but his position is totally winning. Francisco Vallejo Pons has 2 minutes in the clock. And it's really hard to create something here, even if you have 5 hours in the clock, because it's very hard to defend. What it will be? Sequence, I'm trying to use king g2. After the e4, this move is prohibited because this pawn is passed and nobody can stop it, right? So after f4, the only move is bishop c1. And for example, computer recommends, change the flank and give a check from this side. What if we play like f3? Oh, it's look like a draw after king g3. Okay, maybe this capitalization is easy only for the engine. For human, we'll check whether it's easy. Okay, f4, 76 moves. The game is continuing. Everybody plays using their time increment after every move. So it's a nervous time. Every, move may become a decisive one. Takes, let's check. Takes. This is a lot of ideas, right? Rook b8, for example, d3 stays behind, d2 with a draw. After rook d6 or rook d7, draw position. Wow, how it works. Whatever in the game was bishop c1 in the first rank. So bishop stays here, -4.2, 25 seconds, 20 seconds, so rook a1 if I'm right. Something like that. Some part of the, some part of bishop b2, it's a blunder after f3. And what? And check. And after this one will be this one, right? Right. So that's the reason why bishop should stay closer for the king side. Somehow it can be helps. I'm not sure. If your bishop will stay on d2 after the f3, he can help you with protecting the f2 pawn. So bishop d2 is better than bishop b2. But what if we attacked it one more time? Rook b2, trying to create something. Okay. 38 seconds. Playing using time increment. Oh, I feel this tension. Very interesting. So what will it be? Only two options, maybe rook c4. What after rook c4? Computer really, in any case, think that this option with g file is very good for the capitalization. Rook c4, yep. Rook c4 was played. So, what about this idea? What do you think? As for f3 right now, for example, it's not so good. The part of our advantage is disappear because of the opportunity of king h2. I do not know how it works, but somehow. So you should be careful until the end, even if you feel that everything is totally under control. So the next move is king d3. Clear the way for the e pawn, I think, and the next move after the rook c8 or something like that will be e4. Oh, it's my blunder. This pawn is hanging. So what else? Maybe king e2 goes here to the attack. Seems logical thing. Because of course, king is part of your army and you should use it in any possibility. Rook c5 was played with this threat. Got it. Computer says like, let's go back. But what if we make it this thing? It's winning. looks like, because this pawn is staying alive after queen f3, we can protect it, and because of the threat of check from the d2, this pawn is survive, and survivor decides everything. Yep, so it's time to calculate. 12 seconds. Rook b1 was played. Rook b1. So the idea is after this f3. Rook a1, only the one move for the black to keep their advantage, but it's, you know, natural move, because the moves of the king looks like strange under the check, and your king and your knight hasn't got a great continuous. But right now, after, you know, this clearance of the second rank, that's a threat, really a threat, without questions. So, for example, the bishop is hanging. Bishop b2 is prohibited because of the pin, right? White decide to sacrifice the bishop, but this pawn is survive after knight e2, for example. So that's victory. Of course, rook takes c1, of course. That's the only move that makes sense. And the next move of black will be knight e2, I think. For example, after rook e4, it will be this move, and my prediction that after knight e2, white will resign in the same moment. Just after this move, they will stop the clock and say like, yep, this game is finished, because it was the last chance. Time to drink a water. When, of course, you have 45 seconds, but really, yes, because how it called, dehydration, when you waste lots of water from your body, your brain starts working strangely, and yes, it's very good thing, you know, spend maybe 5 seconds to add water in your body, and everything is correct right now. So, knight goes to e2, yep, protect everything. After the king goes to f2, it can be rook c2 with the threat of discovered attack, so everything should be finished right here, in that position. No? Strange. My feeling, really, I had a great intuition somehow, somewhere. Right now I'm not sure anything, to be honest, so just give any comments about the position. The position is totally winning for the black. Oh, they are continuing the game. King goes to h3. What will be after rook g1? To make a fork, take it, and return. I think it's the easiest way to capitalize. Of course, it's very hard to resign when you play this game for the last 6.5 hours. Yep. So I totally understand the decision, you know, to continue the game. It's understandable. Yep. Rook g1 was in the game. King goes to h4. Something like that. Hoba, a trap. For example, if your previous plan was with rook g3, right now it will be a destroying a defender. So easy to make a mistake. You cannot imagine. So you should be careful until the whole game will end. Rook g8. Yeah, right now that's all. Because if you go up, it will be rook g3. If you go down, it will be rook g3 with a check. If you do something with your rook, it can be, I don't know, knight on d4, you know, interfering this line and attacking this one. So, yep, very careful move. Takes. Wow. One last trap. If you take it here, it will be a stalemate, of course, of white's king. Is very funny. But, of course, we have an Intermezzo. Firstly, check on h8, secondly, taking on the f4. It's really funny for the top-level Grandmaster, but in the other side, it can be, you know, part of life of top-level Grandmasters, because you looking for chances in every position, in every situation, even if it's so losing, you try to check everything, and I feel respect of that. Whatever. 6 hours and 24 minutes have passed. This round finished. Today will be the 4th round of the 22nd Karpov International Chess Tournament. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.